Shanks, Director of Engineering Operations.
Tim Hoven, Councillor for Division 6 with Clearwater County.
Cami Laird, Reeve for Clearwater County.
Randy Brown, Town Councillor.
Dave Auld, Town Council.
Kyle Wadden, Airport Representative.
Now, I don't believe there's any mics, but in the northwest corner, we have Mr. Rick Emmons. He can do the wave.
Good morning.
And we have Mr. I'm sorry, I'm like, thank you, Murray Hagan. I don't know why I pulled that. And we also have Mr. McFadden, John, in the other corner. Thank you. Sorry, Murray. All right, appreciate that. And we have Laura Button in charge of all of the equipment today. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Reeve Laird. For the benefit of those watching on YouTube, I need to apologize for the brief delay. They missed the introductions of Marina Kulich, EA, Dean Kraus, CAO of the town, and Mr. Shanks, Director of Engineering and Operations.
Okay.
But it's working now.
All right, thank you. So that then brings us to the appointment of chairperson and vice chair. Mr. Kraus, would you like to take us through that, or do you want me to go ahead?
I can.
All right.
So as per the agreement, on the first meeting after the organizational meetings of the town council and county council is the appointment of chair. Historically, the chair has rotated between municipalities in the past, but we have to open it up for nominations. So I will do first call for nominations of chairperson.
I'd be happy to let my name stand for the sake of keeping continuity, given that we only have a few months left, I guess, until we have elections. I can do that, I believe.
So one nomination for Reeve Laird. Any other nominations?
I'd like to nominate Randy Brown as chair.
And I'll accept the nomination.
So I'll call for nominations for second round. Any other nominations? Third round, third call for nominations, and I'll close off nominations for chair. Hearing none, so we have two nominations for chair, Reeve Laird and Councillor Brown. So we'll do it by secret ballot, if that's fine with the board. I'll have Miss Button phone Mr. Moore so he can give his vote to her, and she will write it down for him. And then Ms. Kulich will collect the votes.
Chairperson and committee. The committee voted Reeve Laird to remain the chairperson.
Okay, thank you. So Chairperson Laird, do you want me to turn the chair over to you now for vice chair and you take it through that?
I can, thank you. Looking for nominations for vice chair. Counselor Hoven?
I would nominate Randy Brown.
I'll accept that nomination.
Other nominations? Third call for nominations. Looking for somebody to do nomination cease. A motion to have nomination cease. Thank you from Mr. Counselor Ald. That means that Counselor Brown, it looks like congratulations, and it's you and I again. So that's exciting news. That then takes us to the agenda. To adopt the agenda from the airport meeting from,
Just Chairperson, could I just have a resolution to destroy the ballots, please?
thank you, sir. Counselor Hoven,
I move the destruction of the ballots.
those in favor? That is carried. So that then takes us to 3.1, adoption of the airport committee agenda. And it is for today's meeting. Any additions, or are we happy with it?
I have some additions, Chair Laird. Like to add airport lease agreements and airport fees to the agenda.
All right, that would probably fit under 8.8, which is you said lease agreements?
Yes, lease agreements, airport lease agreements, and airport fees.
Do you want that as one or two agenda items?
2 items, please.
Okay, so 8.8 is lease agreements and 8.9 is airport fees. Great, with that addition to the agenda, can I look to have somebody adopt the agenda? Counselor Brown? Those in favor? Thank you, Rick. I keep looking for your hand to go up. All right, that is carried. Looks like we have no delegations. We then go to the adoption of the previous meeting minutes from October the 19th as 5.1. Are there any errors or omissions? I do have one question of clarity, if I could. Should we have a list of who all other observers we had that day? Is that required? Mr. Kraus, perhaps?
Thank you, Chairperson. No, the town does not record public attendees at council meetings or any committee meetings.
Okay, I wasn't sure with COVID and whatnot if we needed to, but thank you for the clarity.
Well, for clarification, for COVID, the people that attended did sign a document to say they were there for COVID tracing. I mean, that document stays in place for 30 days and then destroyed.
Great, thank you very much. The other question I have is, should Mr. Fowler's name be included in official minutes, or should we just be sticking with a title? Mr. Kraus?
So for clarification, you're talking about item 7.2 in the minutes?
It's 2.1 and 7.2.
We can change that to airport manager.
I was just looking for making sure that we weren't doing anything foible.
I believe that's how it was added to the agenda at the meeting, but if the board so wishes, that can be revised.
What is the wishes of the board?
And I have no problems either way either.
Okay,
If this is the way it was done at the meeting, I think we should follow the actual agenda from the meeting and not be changing things.
All right, then we're not looking for any amendments. Looking for somebody to approve the meeting minutes. Counselor Hoven, those in favor? Yep, thank you, Rick. That is carried. That then takes us to 6. There are no delegations. And then 7.1 is airport house lease. Mr. Kraus?
Thank you, Chairperson. This was introduced to the agenda by yourself on the last meeting and then tabled. So administration's unclear the intent of this item. So I would ask you to clarify and we can answer any questions.
All right, my intent, I believe I brought this back in the summer of 2019. And I was looking for why that lease was never brought to this commission. So just wondering why it wasn't brought forth, and then what was the previous rent, and was there a formal agreement? Because it looks as though there was no discussion. That's what I was looking for. And then I guess now I'm curious, what is the status of the rental house now?
Sure, I can answer those questions for you, Chairperson Laird. So the director of the time, that was the airport manager supervisor, reviewed the lease with the airport manager. It was determined a $200 per month lease was in place for 20 some years, or 20 years, which is a fairly significant subsidy to a municipal employee. Understanding that there was a subsidy put in place that because he resided at the airport, but having a lease rate for 20 years unchanged, I don't think anyone thought was reasonable. So the director of the day talked to the airport manager, and they negotiated an increase in the lease rate up to $800, which also is below market value. My understanding was the airport manager and the director of the time agreed on that, and the new lease was signed.
I guess for me, and the reason I had asked the question is all leases have come to this commission, and I was curious why this one had not.
Chairperson, to me, this and to the town, this was more of an employee-employer relationship than a lease for the airport commission.
I guess respectfully, I disagree. All leases have come to this commission, and that was the premise for the discussion. And I anticipate all other leases, I know that we'll be talking about one today, will be coming to this commission.
Just for clarification there, if you look back in the minutes there, Chairperson Laird, 2019, a standard lease agreement was brought towards the commission, which the commission accepted as a standard lease, and the commission established the fees. So there's really no point to bringing every lease that is due to this commission, because the commission has already approved the lease agreement and has approved the fee. So in the benefit of the stakeholders, why would they have to wait months to determine if their lease is approved or not, when the commission's already approved the lease agreement and the fee? So it's more of a streamline that a lease can come into administration using the standard form and the established fee and turned around in a day versus a period of time.
Well, while I recognize the value of reduced red tape and the appreciation for reducing that timeline, I looked back, I took the liberty, and thank you for providing all of the meeting minutes for the last 10 years. And there's been no less than 2 or 3 leases come back per meeting. I just fail to understand why this was a sudden change and no discussion with this commission beforehand.
Chairperson, I disagree with no discussion, because if you look back to the minutes of 2019, I believe, Councillor Swanson did approve the standard lease agreement template.
Again, I understand that, but the standard lease agreement is just the document itself. The discussion still, I believe, stays with this commission, and that is part of our agreement. Councillor Brown.
Madam Chair, I respectfully disagree as well. The agreement is, in my view, a matter between the employee and employer, much the same as other agreements, and I would bring to the fore the fire service agreement. This is employee-employer agreement.
Mr. Emmons.
Might terms of reference assist this commission in going forward? Historically, any change in a lease amount would have come to this commission. It's not the verbiage, it's truly the dollar value. And for decades, it did come into this room for discussion before any increase was ever awarded. And I think that's the crux of the issue. So if there's a different interpretation today, maybe a terms of reference might button that down on expectation.
Well, perhaps that's a good way forward, is creating a terms of reference with regard to process. I see your lights on, Mr. Kraus.
No, I just haven't shut it off.
Perhaps we should have a motion to create, have administration create a terms of reference for process for the future.
Madam Chair, I would request that such actions only be taken after a new agreement has been addressed, since this agreement is shown to be flawed in a number of ways.
Councillor Hoven.
Well, since we don't have an agreement, or since the current agreement is termed to be flawed, I think it's more important that we have this process set out. Once we have a new agreement, I think hopefully any issues will disappear with the new agreement. So until we have that new agreement, we need to have the process.
Councillor Brown.
Madam Chair, I don't believe floundering around with an unfit agreement makes any sense. I believe the agreement has priority over any terms of reference, which also do not exist. We're starting from scratch with the terms of reference. We already have something to start with the agreement.
Councillor Auld.
I have to agree. If we're redoing this agreement's up for negotiation, it's going to be on the table to be completely redone. I don't see any point in wasting time trying to piecemeal it back together in terms of how we're going to move forward for the next 8 months.
Well, I think we're potentially mixing up the agreement with a terms of reference for a process, which would be outside of the agreement, I believe. Perhaps there's opportunity for clarification from one of the CAOs. Am I misinterpreting that, Mr. Kraus?
Chairperson, this is a debate among the board members whether to do the agreement or a procedure for lease agreements. So
The question I've asked is, would the procedure be outside of the agreement?
a procedure? No.
A procedure or a process?
In the current agreement, it is the board's responsibility to develop policies and procedures.
So it's then outside of the current agreement?
Madam Chair, I'm not understanding what you're saying outside the current agreement.
Okay, a process or procedure, whatever we want to call it, terms of reference would be outside of the current agreement that we have, is my understanding. I'm just clarifying that because we have to work with the agreement we currently have. We recognize it is flawed and we have opportunity to make it, improve it, and current processes moving forward. But in the meantime, we still have the expectation that we would build processes, terms of reference, procedures, and that is outside of the agreement. Councillor Brown.
Madam Chair, the agreement, the lease agreement for the facility or for the house is irrelevant at this time as the house is not being occupied. So what is the hurry? I don't think that working on on a process for something that's not in use makes any sense. And we should again stick with dealing with the most relevant document, which is the agreement.
Councillor Hoven.
When I look at the timing, currently it is April. There are other items that the town and the county are currently negotiating, including the ICF agreement and the solid waste agreement. By the time those are signed, all of a sudden we're into the summer months, and then we're 2 months away from the election. And then after the election, it will be time for the whoever sits around these two tables of the county and the town to sit down and see if the airport is a priority at that time. So we are looking at possibly up to a year, being realistic, before this is dealt with, before the new agreement is dealt with. So I think it is important that we have the process set out so we can start making decisions and having good decision-making take place around this table.
And Madam Chair, we cannot be making decisions based on somebody's assumptions or thought process that hasn't been backed up by any data at all. And again, the house is vacant. What's the hurry?
This isn't about this house. It's about all agreements, all leases, so that there's a process for administration to work by.
As you say, Madam Chair, it's about the agreement. Let's move on to the agreement.
I'm looking for a motion for a terms of reference for the lease agreement process, and for that, I will make the motion for administration to create terms of reference for the lease agreement process.
Just for clarification, Madam Chair, it should be probably a procedure versus a term.
Procedure?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have any questions with regard to my motion? Those in favor? Oh, Mr. Al,
This motion is for every lease out there.
you need to push.
This motion is for every lease out there,
Yeah.
we're on the house right now, but this motion that you're making is for every lease out there.
All leases for the process,
Okay.
to create a procedure. Thank you, Mr. Kraus. Any other questions or comments? Those in favor? Those opposed? So is there a delay at all for Rick at all? I took it as opposed. Opposed, yes. Okay, so that is 3-3, it is defeated. One last question with regard to the house. What is its status?
Madam Chair, so the house is vacant right now, but it requires some pretty major maintenance. It's furnaces, windows, all of that, which it has been budgeted for this year to bring it up. I mean, but it's also probably a consideration going forward. Do the municipalities want to keep investing in that house, or do we demolish it? So we will be bringing forward a report on the required repairs in the future for that decision.
All right, I anticipate we'll have an agenda item coming forward with regard to the house then. Thank you. Councillor Hoven.
What is the age of the house? Just a range, I don't need the exact date.
Madam Chair, I'm really guessing, but I'm thinking in the 70s. I think it's the same time as the airport is developed. Mr. Shanks, I don't know if you can correct me on that, but I think it's 1970 some.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. That then takes us to item 7.2, airport managers suspension. I'm assuming that's Mr. Kraus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This was put on the agenda and then tabled to this meeting by, well, at the time, Reeve Hoven. I can tell you right now, this is a personnel matter. It is protected by FOIP. The town is not going to discuss this matter.
Councillor Hoven, it was your agenda item. Did you have any further questions?
I guess not. My main question is, I recognize the employee relationship, but was the process followed is my main question. This, was the process and for Mr. Fowler's suspension followed, and was it resolved properly and fairly?
Mr. Kraus?
Well, to answer the question, the town followed the legal advice on the matter. So the proper process, I would say definitely yes, because it was through legal advice. And was the matter resolved? I'm not too sure I understand that question.
Was there a conclusion to the investigation, or was the investigation prematurely ended?
The investigation was completed and is placed in that the airport manager's personnel file, and there was no further action or decision made because there was no point.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Mr. Wadden?
Is it written or documented policy for the town of Rocky Mountain House to put employees that are under suspension up for review from a third party?
The town follows legal advice when it comes to certain matters with employees. It was the recommendation that an external investigator be called in to have an unbiased review of the incidents. The town has done that in past practices with other employees.
Can you tell us approximately how many times that's been done and how the
No, I'm
third
not
party
going to
is-
get into it because that is a town personnel issue. We're talking about town staff and town procedure on personnel matters.
Is it written in town policy? Like, is there documentation that says if you're under suspension that
That is at the discretion of the employer.
okay.
I actually read this resolution differently, that it's not personalized. I read it as there was an investigation into an incident that happened on September the 13th of 2020, and that we were simply looking for an update as to the incident, because there would have been an event that happened on September the 13th, 2020, and then we're just looking for what, in my mind, what happened, like process, and what was the outcome. I don't believe it is specific to an individual. I think it's about the event. Perhaps I'm reading it differently, but I'm reading it that crisply. So I'm more interested in how the investigation went. Mr. Councillor Brown.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I agree with you. I think this is about an update, not sharing the information. And I also think that Mr. Kraus has answered that question already.
I actually don't believe he has about the update, because I don't know what the outcome, what the process was. I do know what the event was. I don't know what the process was, and I don't know what the outcome was.
Madam Chair, the outcome of the investigation is a personnel matter. That investigation went into that employee's personnel file, and that's where it is. That investigation was not shared with anybody. There's only 4 people that seen that investigation, and those were the 4 people that needed to know. There was 2 HR people, the airport manager's direct supervisor, and myself. The only other person that has seen it is the Transportation Safety Board issued a summons to me to release that personnel file to them in their investigation of a crash.
Of a crash? There was a crash on the,
No, I'm
September
telling
13th?
you who had access to that investigation.
I'm confused. On September 13th, 2020, there was no crash that I'm aware of.
No, that's not what I said.
You did say crash,
I
sir.
did say crash. I said the Safety Transportation Board issued me a summons to release those documents to them in an investigation of a crash that happened after this event.
Okay. I'm more interested in the event of September the 13th, 2020, the process and the outcome. Mr. Wadden, I seen your light was on.
Yeah, I'm just trying to follow it here. So we have the event on September the 13th, and then we have an aircraft accident that was not on the Rocky Airport. Those are the two items that you're talking about. The TSB asked for documentation in their investigation of the crash.
That's correct.
And the TSB contacted the town of Rocky Mountain House?
They issued me a summons,
Okay.
a statutory summons, directly to myself, asking for all HR files.
So, Mr. Kraus, and I'm not trying to belabor this, is this then an open investigation still?
No,
For this event of September the 13th, 2020, it is a closed investigation? Is it a FOIPable issue? Is it something that should be in camera that we would get an update?
so Madam Chair, whether you go in camera or not, it's still protected by FOIP. The only one who can access that investigation report, because it's in the personnel file, is someone who has the authority to act on that airport manager's behalf. So that'd be either through a will for the estate or through the courts.
So it appears it's sort of pending.
I'm not understanding pending.
Well, we're not able to get an update. There's a reason we can't get an update, I'm sure.
That's correct, because it's a personnel matter that's protected by FOIP.
So this
The
question's been
investigation was on an individual, which is protected by FOIP.
Okay, and I see it as this is an event, not an individual, and I guess that's
The
why I'm
investigation
confused.
wasn't about the event. The investigation was about the employee and the event.
All right. Any other questions or comments? Oh, Councillor Ald.
No, that was my comment, that the question's been asked and answered numerous times, so if we could move on.
Any other questions or comments? All right, 7.3, the terminal building. Who would like to, oh,
Sure.
Mr. Kraus, thank
Sure.
you.
Madam Chair, so the Airport Commission has been working with the engineering firm MPE, came up with 3 options that was presented to the commission. The commission at that time, of those 3 options, selected option 2. And that was at our last meeting, but a lot of public members at that meeting expressed that perhaps that option was too grand. So town council actually decided to get some engagement, public engagement from the stakeholders and the public on it. And hearing what they were saying at that meeting, we asked engineers to provide another option, which is closer to the size of the existing terminal building. So those 3 options, the option 1, which was the commission's initial selection, option 2, which was presented to the commission before, then option 3, which was a revised one to bring it down to a more of a size to the existing terminal building. And then the town conducted a public engagement exercise, both through a survey and a open house. And those survey results are presented to the commission today in your package. Basically 40.91% selected option 1, which was the commission's initial selection. 4.5% selected option 2, and then 54.55% selected the third option, which is the option which brings it closer to the size of the existing terminal building. Subsequent to that public engagement exercise, Mr. Bowman presented his idea of just using the existing foundation. We took his idea and we consulted with the engineer for the input from them on what they thought of using the existing foundation. And their comments are also included in your package. I mean, it is not their recommendation to use the existing foundation, obviously. And subsequent to that, yesterday, Mr. Bowman sent us an email with kind of in rebuttal to the engineer's comments, which was placed on in front of you before this meeting. Sorry, we apologize, but it came in last night or late yesterday evening with his rebuttal there. So really what we're looking for from the commission is, does the commission still want to remain with their option or consider another option to present to the respective county and town councils, because it will have a budgetary effect, obviously.
Councillor Brown.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think given that Mr. Bowman's proposal has the opportunity for us to save money and potentially provide a viable alternative to what has been selected, I would like to suggest we have a discussion on the including another alternative, the fourth option, if you will. The fourth option is my wording.
Other thoughts, Mr. Wadden?
Just a couple of generic questions. Any idea how much the town has spent so far on the engineering drawings and process and cost so far?
Madam Chair, I mean, I can't give you an exact dollar figure off the top of my head.
Well, ballpark's close.
But I believe it's probably around 10,000 right now.
Okay.
One key point there, so we do have a ACP grant for the engineering and feasibility study. So the costs of exploring different options are covered by that grant.
How much is that grant for?
The grant is worth 200,000. But it can only be used for the engineering and feasibility portion of it. It cannot be used for any capital costs.
Okay, how much has that been spent so far? Just $10,000 of that?
Approximately about that right now.
Okay. Are there any cancellation fees with MPE at all?
Well, we do have a signed contract with MPE, and we would continue to use them. If the board selects Mr. Bowman's idea of using the foundation, we'd still be engaging them. They would probably want to do a more thorough examination of the foundation, because at the end of the day, we do need an engineer to sign off on the building in its entirety. We'd maintain them, but we'd have them do the investigation on the foundation.
Okay, so if MPE wasn't used though, would there be a cancellation fee if another engineering firm was used or something?
Madam Chair, I would actually have to review the contract with them to verify that.
Okay. Because I'm just thinking they might not be interested in touching, from what their comments were, they might not be interested in touching that foundation, right? So, and maybe somebody else would. So curious as if there was a cancellation fee there.
I actually have a question. Have we done a feasibility study?
Madam Chair, the board has never requested a feasibility study in the sense where you're looking at, I'm not sure what you're determining as a feasibility study, but I mean, the use of the building, that type of aspect, that can be done. I mean, it would be covered under the grant. We'd be burning up some of the grant on that versus the engineering. But if you're looking for air traffic movements, usage of the terminal building, events to determine the size of the building, that can be done.
perhaps that's an opportunity that we haven't explored yet is, we've got some options before us. We've got a lot of opinions, a lot of ideas in the community. Perhaps we should be doing a feasibility study with regard to, its use and the future vision for this building. I'll flesh that out a little bit more in a moment, but I see Councillor Hoven's light.
Just have a question to clarify some of the information. On page 3 or page 16, Airport Commission, October 19th, 2020 meeting, be it resolved. The number for option 2 that was approved, or was the motion that approved option 2, had a projected cost of 1.9 million. And then on page 20, this page, just based on what Mr. Crowe said, option 1 on that page is what was approved by the commission, but it only has a cost of 1.14 million.
Yeah, so Madam Chair, I can answer that. So what was done during the open house or the engagement is we took out the costs. If you look at the top of the page, the demolition of the building, the contingency, the consulting, material testing, finishing and furnishings and relocation out, because that was a constant cost between all 3 options.
Okay.
So the cost with the options were just the actual construction of the building.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions or comments? Councillor Brown?
Just trying to wrap my head around the feasibility aspect of this. And at this point, I think the 2 are really separate issues. We need an airport terminal regardless. We have talked about that. Using the foundation gives us more options down the road. We already have discussed the expandability of the terminal. And I think feasibility study, I don't see it resolving anything other than spending more money.
Well, while I appreciate that, we are, as a commission, challenged with the thought of what is the best way forward. And I'm looking for a tool that will help us make an informed decision. I look back at our strategic, I just want to make sure I get the right name of this document. And our strategic from the development plan from the airport from February of 2016. And our vision at that time says that the airport will be a highly functional airfield supporting private and commercial uses that are an asset and economic driver for both the town of Rocky Mountain House and Clearwater County. I think as part of a feasibility study that we could certainly do, we have a grant for it. So it's dollars that we have available to us. I think that we could go through this process. I don't know how long that would take. We could probably get some sort of an idea from administration on how long that would take to get. It would allow us to get some additional feedback and input from the various stakeholders. We could review the vision that we have before us from the development plan and see how that fits in with one of the 3 or 4 options we now have before us. And I think we'd be better positioned to make an informed decision with that additional information. Councillor Brown.
Madam Chair, I'm hearing you say that basically we're starting from scratch.
Oh, no, please don't take it that way. I believe we've got the options before us. And you're right, there's the ability to, because it's modularized, at least 3 of the options are. No, it just is additional information to help us make an informed decision. Recognizing then we could look at what's the use currently, air traffic movement, that sort of thing, if there's future opportunities of potentially even an anchor tenant. I think those are important conversations we need to have. Councillor Alt.
I know we have asked in the past to have these records done and have our tracking done. For a feasibility study to be properly done, it's going to take time. It's going to be a year down the road for sure. We need to get all seasons analyzed. We need to get spring, summer, winter if we're going to do a proper study. I think right now is not, it would be just putting us right back to scratch, right back to square one. It's going to put us into next year. So we'd probably be looking at this again with a new council too.
It certainly has that potential. I would hate to think that we've overlooked a vital step in this process when we're spending this kind of money.
Have you not been looking at this for the last 3.5 years?
We have been looking at it. I just realized that we need I need some additional information. I'll be that blunt. Councillor Hoven and then Councillor Brown, and I haven't forgot you out there, Rick.
When I read the airport vision on page 10 of the strategic plan, I really came to think about this will be most likely a 40 or 50-year building, no matter what we build. So what do we want that airport terminal to be in the year 2060? That's the key question for me. And to that, what do we want for the airport in 2060? How much activity do we want? Is it something we want to build over the next 4 decades? Is it going to be the tourist hub I think we all dream it could be? Currently, we have an active airport. I think all of us want it to be more active. We want more business coming to the airport. We want more dollars spent at the airport, and then have the people coming into the airport spend more money in the town and the county. I think building only for today, which would be a small building, I don't think is going to meet the needs of the community in the future upcoming decades. So my concern with a smaller facility, which would meet our needs now, I don't think that's going to be meeting our needs into the future. I think the feasibility study would give us opportunity to look at where we want this facility to be, not just the terminal, the whole airport, and would allow us to make a better 40 or 50-year decision.
Councillor Brown.
Just remind committee, Madam Chair, that the item 7.3 is a request for decision on the airport terminal building, and the information that's presented to us, it's not a future studies discussion. Thank you.
Respectfully, Councillor Brown, I disagree. This is totally about looking at the future. This is the building that is going to be the first thing that many people see who fly in to our community. And we are totally talking about the future, and I want to make sure that we get it right. I recognize there's various user groups. I'd rather see us take the time we need to make an informed decision. And if that means slowing down, finding a lower gear, I'm not saying that we're stopping the process. We recognize we have some options before us. I think it's important to have the additional information to provide us the appropriate information to make an informed decision. That's all I'm asking for, is take the time to do the feasibility study, engage the stakeholders some more, and that way we can choose one of 3 or 4 options. Mr. Wadden.
In direct conversations with Transport Canada and Edmonton and associations that are talking to the Minister of Transport in Ottawa, COVID has really affected aviation here. We can see it in WestJet's problems. We can see it in Air Canada's problems, the national, international, and regional carriers. Transport Canada is looking at about a 10-year recovery to aviation due to COVID. And due to the fact that federal governments, provincial governments are under the pinch, I think that should also be considered in future considerations or spending this money.
Councillor Brown.
That, thank you, Mr. Wadden. Mr. Wadden's comments would suggest that at some point in time, if you're looking at doing a feasibility study now, we're essentially looking at 2 feasibility studies, one COVID, one post-COVID.
Perhaps. And I'm not suggesting that we need to do them all at the same time. Perhaps we do need to do one now and one post-COVID. I don't know how we'd be able to gather historic information to hit all those seasons that Councillor Auld had indicated in a faster format. Right. Oh. Councillor Auld indicated that we haven't had any historic documentation on air traffic movements. Out of curiosity, when I go back and I look at our resolution, it indicated that the airport committee provided the following recommendation, that the councils of Clearwater County and the town of Rocky Mountain House for their 2021 budget to select option 2 as amended with a classroom addition and a projected cost of $1,936,588.48, less the $200,000. And that was for the new airport terminal. Oh, Mr.
No, carry on. I've just got a question for when you're
So
done.
in that, I don't remember in the options that were presented publicly that the classroom was in that option. Perhaps I just need some clarification. Mr. Kraus?
Yep, thank you, Madam Chair. So if you do look at option 1, that classroom has been added. If you recall, I mean, the drawing in your package is pretty small. But it's actually added, this used to be 2 offices. If I can just show option 1, I've kind of darkened there. That used to be 2 offices in the original option presented to the commission. And that was reverted or changed from offices to a classroom boardroom type facility. So that did occur as per the commission's instructions.
Okay, my understanding from that conversation that day was taking, I guess, I would say the whole south end as of the building. I thought that that was what had been indicated as take, I guess, half of that whole south end of the building and create that into a classroom as one module by itself. That was sort of how I remember the discussion. Perhaps we could get some clarification. Mr. Wadden.
Yeah, just 2 general questions. With the new terminal building and the cost of it, has there been any study done or any information? What would the town and the county taxpayers expect to see for the building? Example, where are the funds coming from? What's going to be the tax increase? How is this going to affect the taxpayer? And 2, from the airport hangar owners, they would like to know how the costs of a new terminal building will affect their taxes or lease payments. As are they going to take the brunt of this new building?
Madam Chair, I can only answer a portion of that for the town, because each municipality will be funding it differently. For the town, it's in our budget to debenture that cost, so take a loan. So those debenture payments would be in our future budget, and that would be recovered through the residents and businesses within town for the town's portion. I would have to ask Mr. Emmons or Mr. Hagan of how the town or the county is financing their 50% and what the effect is there. But for the town, I mean, the taxes out at the airport are Clearwater County taxes, so I can't answer that.
Mr. Emmons, perhaps you could provide a county perspective?
If you project, it will catch it, or you could sit here. There's one right here.
I'm fine, thanks, Laura. So Clearwater County has its portion in reserves, and it's not a council conversation to raise taxes to cover our portion of the building.
Is perhaps we could answer from the tax perspective? Is I know that that might be premature, but if it is, you can certainly say so.
Again, there is no council conversation to raise taxes to cover the cost of this structure. Council will be reviewing its tax rate bylaw in the very near future, but this is not entering in as criteria in that conversation.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? So that brings us back to looking to, do we want to make a decision? Do we want to have a feasibility study? What is the wishes of the commission at this time? We seem to be all over the board, so I'll try to bring us back together so we can answer the question. Councillor Brown?
Hearing no other discussions or questions, I would like to move that be it resolved that the commission recommend utilizing the existing foundation and design a new airport terminal according to the Council of Clearwater County and the town of Rocky Mountain House.
Any other questions or comment? That's Mr. Bowman's option that that's my question. Is that Mr. Bowman's option that you're looking at?
Essentially, yes.
What would be the process on that, Randy?
So, I'm sorry, say again?
Yeah, what would be the process on that? So I'm trying to understand your motion here. So you're saying that use the foundation, basically what Mr. Bowman is saying, have it checked, engineered.
To Mr. Wadden through the chair, the process is still the same. It would still ultimately have to be approved by councils.
Any other questions or comments? All right. Oh, sorry. Mr. Moore. Yep, yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, just a question. Wouldn't we need to confirm that the foundation is acceptable before we proceed with going down that path?
I believe so. Perhaps administration could confirm. I'm guessing it's engineering that we would need to have done on the foundation, et cetera. Mr. Kraus?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yeah, the first step would bring out the structural engineer to do an actual assessment, a structural assessment on the foundation. But that'd be part of the process. I mean, if that came back saying it's not structurally sound, then we'd be coming back for the commission saying we're looking for another option.
So for clarity, that we would be prepared from an administrative side if we got I'll call it a check mark or approval on structural stability, you would move forward with that option. That's
Madam Chair, that's the way I'm understanding the resolution.
All
so
right.
the motion.
Perhaps we could have that motion read back to us.
Madam Chair, I have be it resolved that the Airport Committee recommend utilizing the existing foundation and design a new airport terminal accordingly to the Council of Clearwater County and the town of Rocky Mountain House.
Yeah, Madam Chair, just for clarification, it would go back to the respective councils this option first before administration proceeded with a structural analysis, because it's really up to the councils because this is a financial matter to determine this. So this would be a recommendation to each council.
Okay, so it would go to the councils first. Councillor Hoven?
So it would go to the councils to make a decision before we've got the structural analysis done, I just see that that's going to take months.
But that, Madam Chair, but we actually need that because it's actually a budgetary change for the councils.
Okay.
What happens with the last motion that we still have outstanding? With option 2 and a classroom and all of that, what happens with that? What is the process?
So, Madam Chair, so to follow the steps, so the commission has made a recommendation for a building. That recommendation has gone to the respective councils. Both respective councils have budgeted for that amount. I know for the town council, it was they budgeted for it, but they also wanted the public engagement aspect done to verify it before we proceed. So we did the public engagement aspect, in which the survey came back saying no. Basically, the engagement said, let's go to a smaller building. So it has to go back to our town council and county council before we proceed.
It's unfortunate we didn't do a needs assessment or a feasibility study. I think that would have really helped inform this decision. Okay, we have a motion before us. Any other, Mr. Emmons?
Sorry, Chairperson Baird. I was wondering if this commission would consider a friendly amendment to the motion being made and add in pending or subject to engineering. I can well see administration going through a process and not only investigating the structural integrity, but the estimated remaining life. Myself, putting a brand new building on a 50-year-old foundation, I would want to make sure my feet are under me.
Councillor Brown?
I'm just wondering, is that already not part of the process? I mean, it goes back to councils. Councils engages the engineer. The engineer will be doing his or their due process to make sure the foundation is stable. Is that not already part of the process?
Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Chairperson Laird. And just for clarity, my experience with engineers, they'll assess the structure as it sits, and I was asking to add an estimated remaining life because you're starting out with a 50-year foundation and trusting that the structural integrity of the superstructure would be put at 50 years. You're asking for 100 years out of a foundation now. So I was just asking to ensure that the engineering would extend out to the estimated remaining life, not the structural integrity of the foundation today.
Mr. Brown, Councillor Brown, sorry.
Yeah, I don't have any opposition to the amendment, but I'm just a little confused now. Does that put the engineering requirement ahead of going to councils, or does it leave it behind?
Madam Chair, I would take it to councils first because the idea may not even be plausible to a council. I mean, this would be a recommendation to council, but then it has to go to each council, and one council or both councils may say, just, based on Mr. Emmons' comments, taking a foundation 100 years, no, this is not something we want to risk. So I would take it to councils first.
I feel like we're doing chicken and egg things this morning. Councillor Brown, do you have any comments that this is your motion? I don't want to convolute it, but
I would prefer to leave the motion stand as it was read, Madam Chair. Again, I'm not opposed to the amendment, but I prefer that it go to the councils first. Thank you.
Very well. Any other questions or comments? I'll call the question. Those in favor? That is 2. Those opposed? That is 4. So that is defeated. So that brings us back to, where do we go from here? How would you like to proceed? Looking for input from the commission members. Perhaps this is an opportunity to take a 5-minute break, let everybody stretch, and then we can come back. It is 10:05, we'll come back at 10:10.
Once Mr. Moore is back on screen, you'll be ready to go, Chairperson Laird. And our microphones are live as well.
Okay, Mr. Moore, thank you. I figured we could all use a bit of a stretch. So it is 10:13. So just continuing on with item number 7.3 with regard to terminal options. I'd say then we're left with the motion that is from the October 19th, 2020 meeting to proceed with that unless there's other motion options. Councillor Brown?
Yes, Madam Chair, I would like to put forth a motion that the item 7.3 be tabled to allow committee members time to reassess the options now that one option has been defeated.
Pardon me, for what is your motion again and for what purpose?
To allow committee members to reassess the remaining options as one option has been removed.
Any questions or comments? Mr. Wadden?
Yeah, just for clarification, just what option have we removed here?
The last motion that was made that be it resolved, the commission recommend utilizing.
Oh, you have to turn on your mic.
Thank you. Basically, it was the third option on the table, third of four options, which read recommending utilizing the existing foundation and design a new airport terminal according to the Council of Clearwater County and the Town of Rocky Mount. That motion was defeated. I would request the item be tabled so that committee members can reassess the remaining options.
Everybody understand the motion? Councillor Hoven?
So instead of going back to the councils, this would sit on our table until we met again at a future date.
Councillor Hoven through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Is there any other additional information that you would like the commission to get in that time span? Or do we have all the information we need and we're just asking for time to reflect on the current data we have?
That's correct, Reeve Hoven through the chair, or Councillor Hoven through the chair. I'm listening to the information that's being provided by Phil committee members. I'm unsure as to which way is the better way to go of the options that have been provided, and given the discussion that we've had.
My only concern with tabling it is I'm wondering if that will not just kill the project for this year with our construction season.
Councillor Brown?
Madam Chair, it's no different than asking for a feasibility study. That would take years, so essentially could kill a project as well. So it's we're looking at possibility of less time to arrive at a decision. I just would like a little more time to reassess.
Any other comments or questions? Councillor Hoven, your light's still on.
I don't know what other information we will be getting to make this choice any easier. So I think I'll be voting against tabling this. We have a current motion on the books calling for what is option number 1 in the proposal, and I think we should stick with that one.
Councillor Brown?
That's Councillor Hoven's prerogative when the vote comes.
All right, any other questions or comments? So perhaps we just should have that motion read back one more time and then we can vote on it.
Madam Chair, I have be it resolved that the Airport Committee table this item to review available airport terminal building options in light of the previous option being defeated.
Okay. Those in favor? That is 2. Those opposed? That is 4. So that is defeated. Again, that then brings us back to the only motion that currently is on the table from our October the 19th meeting to proceed. And I assume then, and perhaps this is where administration can help us understand, would that then go to council for further discussion now that it is currently the standing motion?
Madam Chair, the town would be bringing back to town council, simply because council has not seen or had a chance to discuss the public engagement results.
All right, Mr. Emmons?
It'd be my expectation that once the information was provided, our managing partner, county administration would also bring it forward for county council resolution and discussion.
All right. So that looks like that is the process to move forward, is with the previous motion, and that will go to the respective councils for further discussion. Mr. Kraus?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, but so on page 18, under alternatives, that would be the first alternative. So we could just have a motion or a resolution for these minutes.
All right, thank you.
I
Councillor
would move
Hoven.
the first resolution, that the commission confirm the preferred option for the airport terminal building is selected at the October 19th, 2020 meeting to the Council of Clearwater County and Rocky Mountain House.
Any questions or comments with that motion? Councillor Ald?
I do have just a comment. I find it strange that we'd be moving forward with that option when it was voted not to go with that option through all our user and stakeholder engagement so far. I know that that is not kind of the will of the stakeholders out there, so I'm surprised that you guys would want to go back that road.
Councillor Hoven?
I'm looking at that 50-year vision for what we want for that airport, and I think this facility meets that vision, and it will move the airport forward. We cannot just build for today, we have to build for the future.
Councillor Ald?
Based on our ratepayers in town, I agree with building to accommodate future growth, but I don't agree with building the Taj Mahals and going as big as we can. We have to be responsible to our taxpayers of today and tomorrow. I know the county is not going with that debenture option, but our taxpayers are going to be responsible for these payments. So I have a tough time. I won't be supporting that motion.
Thank you for that. Recognizing, I think, go ahead, Mr. Moore.
Thank you. Wouldn't it be reasonable to consider the smaller option with building the building in a way that could be expandable in the future? I agree with the Taj Mahal concept. I don't think that we can afford to build the biggest and best, but I do think we need to consider the future and make sure that we do have a facility that we can expand later if that was possible.
All right, thank you. I know I recognize that we need to be frugal and be respectful of the tax dollars that we are working with, for sure. And as councils, we always have to think about that and recognize that it is for the county, also on their taxpayers, but it was past taxpayers that built that reserve that we'll be using versus the town is looking at current taxpayers. I see it, and future taxpayers. I think that's just different ways that we're looking at funding this. And that's well and fine for each of us to decide. So we currently have alternative 1 listed as the motion on the table. And if there's no other questions or comments, Councillor Hoven, you look like you have a comment.
I'm thinking. For me, honestly, it's how can we come to a consensus decision so we can move this project forward? Because I know this terminal building is important to the county. I know it's important to the town. I know it's important to all the stakeholders. And I don't want to see this get any more log jammed than it already is. So what is the next best step? I'll withdraw the motion if it's going to be best for the whole community. I realize that the town, the town is doing the debenture, the county has the money in reserves, and I'm not trivializing that. I know that's very important to all the taxpayers of the town of Rocky Mountain House. How then can we move forward? Because I don't think any of us here want to see this get paralyzed for a year or 2 down the line. I guess it's my question for the 2 town councilors. What's the best way to move forward? And I'm saying this with all honesty. I want to move this project forward. How can we do that together?
Councillor Brown.
Councillor Hoven through the chair, hence the reason the motion to table was made previously. Everything you stated is exactly why I wanted to table it. There are things that we have to think about. There are things that collectively we have to reassess. My position my motion has been defeated. I need to rethink what is the best way forward.
Councillor Hoven.
I'm thinking.
So from my perspective, just to add some clarity, I recognize that this will ultimately fall upon the 2 respective councils for our discussion. Perhaps that is the best way forward, is to put this as the option forward, and the councils in their infinite wisdom, because there's always more people at the table, will have an opportunity to have further discussion on what is the best way forward. And if there's additional discussions needed, perhaps there's an opportunity for the administrations to help on the sidelines of this, to make sure that we find the best way forward. At least this puts it back with the councils and they can have the discussion as well. I think that may be an opportunity as well, Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chair.
All right, we do have the motion in front of us. Those in favor? That is 3. Those opposed? Mr. Moore, I didn't see which you were in favor or opposed.
Sorry, I'm using Mr. Hoven. I was thinking, I'm going to go with, I'm for,
That's in favor?
in favor.
Okay, that is then 4-2, and that is carried. I want to take a moment to thank the commission members for your discussion, your candor. These are difficult conversations to have about an important building to our community, and I appreciate the difficulties and the challenges that we have in making these decisions. And I appreciate the time you're taking and the thoughtfulness that you're taking. That then brings us to 8.1, lease of the Alberta Agriculture and Forestry. Who would like to address that? Mr. Kraus?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So the lease with Ag and Forestry is up. It was a 5-year lease. which was at $47,503 per year. If we apply the current rate established per square meter by the commission of $1.11, that would be a change to the lease rate for the next 5 years is what we're anticipating to $62,382.
Mr. Moore, this is your lease. Would you like? Mr. Moore, this is your lease. Would you like to speak to it?
Madam Chair, just
sorry.
for legislative purposes, just to advise Mr. Moore. So under the MGA, he would have a pecuniary interest. So he should declare that pecuniary interest. My advice to him. I'm not saying he can't talk about it, but declare the pecuniary interest and abstain from voting on this matter.
Thank you for that clarity.
Yeah, and as we have done in the future or in the past, I recognize the fact that I can talk to our concerns and what we would like, realizing the fact that I do not have a vote in the matter. Just a couple of things. I'm trying to recall what the increase in the rate fees per year are currently. I think I remember reading something about CPI. Is that correct?
My understanding, Mr. Moore, is that they were increased by resolution of this commission through a motion. And I would have to go back in the minutes. I do remember and recall reading that. So I believe that's how the rates were increased. Perhaps administration could clarify.
Madam Chair, you're correct on that. And the fee schedule established is actually attached to your agenda package on page 57. The current agreement with the Crown does not have a CPI in it. It was a flat rate for 5 years.
Yeah, okay. So I guess probably my main concern would be the increase in fees is about 30%. I recognize the fact that we should be paying what the rest of the leaseholders are paying. I get that. I guess I'd like to see that maybe prorated and increased at an appropriate rate to get us there within the 5-year period. The other, I guess, qualifier for us would be that there is a lot of area there that is not necessarily required by us as part of that lease. Got almost unusable for the lease, but I can't speak to exactly why the boundary was put where it was, but I think that should be part of the consideration when we're talking about the rate, I guess.
Does administration have anything they'd like to add to that conversation? Mr. Wadden?
I just have a couple of questions for just us straight pilot folks. Just a definition of CPI. What is CPI, please?
Madam Chair, so it's Consumer Price Index.
Okay.
It's inflationary rate as established by Stats Canada.
Okay. Does the, is there a, I see on page 41 of the document, it says the current rate for hangar lot leases is $110. I'd just like to expand a little bit on what Mr. Moore said. Because if we look at page 40, the area that the Alberta Forest Service and Agriculture has is 56,000 square meters. That's obviously not a hangar that big. I mean, they have gravel parking lots. There's a road that goes through there, all that stuff and everything. I think it's safe to say that they don't have hangar facilities there. They're not operating aircraft out of there. They're using a ramp that I believe that they constructed with of concrete and with their money. Just like the Alberta government is having financial difficulties, so is Alberta Forest Service. There have been cutbacks drastically in the last year and a half, 2 years with the closures of forestry lookout towers, suppressions. I can deal with reduction in helicopter rates as well, which directly affects us. So everybody is feeling the budget pinches here, and ultimately, any money that is charged in a lease agreement for forestry comes out of the Alberta taxpayers' pockets. So I think that the 30% increase that Rick is talking about, and the I guess for lack of a better term, I'll call it mill rate for the hangar at $1.11 per square foot, and the jump from 47,000 to 62,000, I feel is quite high.
Mr. Kraus, I just see your light is on.
Oh, no, sorry.
Other questions or comments?
Just one other thing. The other thing is I believe it's still a 4% levy on fuel. So when we're active over there, and obviously we're contributing in other ways to the economics of the airport. So and to speak of a number of years ago, we put about $7 million into the airstrip to obviously facilitate what we needed to do there, but it all obviously did allow for the airport to piggyback on being able to land different aircraft at the airport right now. So, yeah, I don't I guess entirely oppose getting to that dollar value maybe in the 5th year of the contract and having an appropriate increase year by year. I don't think that's unreasonable, but to see a 30% jump in year one, I think is probably a little much. That's about all I've got to say about that.
So, Councillor Alt.
I appreciate your comments, Rick, and I agree with you. I personally would be comfortable seeing it over a 5-year span. I wasn't part of this committee that set the square footage cost or square meter cost, but I agree that is a pretty hefty jump. But if we could get there over the 5 years, I would be okay with that.
Other comments? Councillor Hoven?
I would be fine with an incremental increase over the 5 years as well.
Mr. Wadden?
Yeah, are we looking at a 30% increase or something that would be more reasonable, like a 10% increase over a 5-year term? 30% is a pretty big jump, and like I said, I think we have to realize this is all coming out of our taxpayer dollars, right?
My understanding is this would bring us up to the decision made on June 27, 2013. That was the date that motion was made, I believe, based on what I read in the meeting minutes. So I don't think anyone of this commission was here at that time. So at any rate, I believe that would bring us in line with all the other airport lease holders, but I also agree it is a lot. I would like to see that prorated, as Mr. Moore has indicated, over the 5-year time span, and I would like to also see us freeze that rate in light of future discussions, at least until we can do some additional comparative analysis of what other lease rates are in comparable airports to us in and around the area. I know that was a lot. Mr. Emmons?
Chairperson Laird, would it be this committee's consideration then to exclude, as Mr. Moore's comment, if this is an attempt to bring it up to today's market, exclude the unusable?
Other thoughts and comments? Thank you for including that. That's part of the Mr. Wadden's recommendation, as I had heard in discussions. So thank you for clarifying, Mr. Emmons. Mr. Wadden?
Yeah, if we look at, let's go to page 54 in the document packet. And whoever made this map did a great job. Awesome red border, all that good stuff. you know, if we look at, is this the total 56,200 square meter?
Madam Chair, yes, so it is. And if my memory is correct, this border was established by the provincial government.
Mhm.
And I believe it goes right back to 1997 when the turnover from the airport to the municipalities was done. It was probably, I would guess, etched out allow for future expansion if needed.
Right, yeah. I mean, I can see they have access to the creek there. That's so our Alberta professional firefighters can practice their pump drills and hose drills and all that kind of stuff and everything. But I think we could see that there's almost, you know, I'm guessing, but you know, I would say there's a 25 to 30% there that's just treed and actually not used. I think that should be taken under consideration when we look at the area that we're charging them for.
How would we calculate the brush area, et cetera, that may not be being used? I guess that's something to think about. Councillor Auld?
My comment was going to be that I agree if it's not being used and cannot be used, but I think it should be up to the Alberta government to maybe resurvey it properly to what they want to lease. If they want to keep that whole area, then that'd be part of the lease. But if they want to resurvey it and have just their usable and what they want to pay for, that would be acceptable to me.
Mr. Kraus?
No.
Oh, sorry. Mr. Moore, is there an opportunity to resurvey this area for area of use? Or is there an opportunity, perhaps the unused areas that we could, I don't know if we'd have a lower rate for, or we would recognize it at least as future use? Perhaps you would like to comment.
Sure. So as that site stands right now, future expandability is very limited. Most of the treat area is pretty wet, and right now we're feeling fairly cramped. If we were considering additional space at the airport, we would be looking at relocating other facilities in different parts of the airport. So we could potentially resurvey that. And bring the lease down to what we're actually using. Just going on roughly off about 30% would bring in line that to actually about $40,000 if you reduce that area by 30%. So it'd actually be less than what we're currently paying. Yeah, short answer is I guess we could reduce it. And then apply the $1.11 to what we felt we were actually using. That would obviously take some time to do though.
Yes, well, thank you for that. Mr. Wadden?
Yeah, just direct to Rick there. Would that process be able to be done locally, Rick, here with the Alberta Forest Service here? Would that have to go through agriculture and forestry in Edmonton?
No, I think we would be able to accomplish that here. We would just have to hire a company to make sure that we're doing the legal survey so that we are accurate in what we're proposing.
Okay. Well, what would work best for agriculture and forestry then for you with regards to your lease?
Are you asking for timing?
No, just your thoughts on the area and either downsizing it or whatever.
That is a good question. I think if we consider an appropriate amount of increase over the period of 5 years, I think that something like that is also doable for this contract period, giving us then time to, if we want to go in there, resurvey it, and then provide a new area around for the next period Again, if we were looking to expand, we would be looking to expand in other areas of the airport, which again would have to be a different conversation, but
All right, thank you for that clarification. Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Chairperson Larry. I was just looking for the committee's clarification. You seem to take the word survey literally, and we've gone to ALS. I guess my expectation was a similar map that was presented today, and that'd just be a GPS process. It's a lease, it's not a subdivided parcel.
So that could be a faster process.
Rick could have Donna do that in-house.
Is that an affirmative? Donna could do that in-house?
he's asking me,
Yes,
you talking about RGIS people?
yes.
Absolutely, it could be done in-house, not a problem.
All right, thank you. Councillor Brown?
Yeah, just, Madam Chair, I'm just I'd comment that I'm in favor of either less area at the same rate or same land with incremental increase over the 5 years.
All right. I'm actually hearing kind of a two-part process. I'm hearing a willingness to work with, and Rick, I'll ask you to clarify if I am on point on this. I'm hearing a willingness to have a prorated process for the next 5 years to bring you up to the 1.1 and 0.11 cents per square meter, and a willingness to re-survey, I wouldn't say survey, but re-GIS this in that 5-year period.
Yeah, and I think the survey or the GIS portion of that can be done fairly quickly.
All right. Any other questions or comments? That would then change the recommended resolution. We would have to amend it for the prorated over 5 years. Councillor Auld?
If there's no more discussion, I would make that motion with the proper amendments in there. The recommended action.
Okay. Perhaps we could have that motion read back again. I know I just want to make sure because we have made an amendment. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair, no problem. Just for a clarification, was there a incremental percentage per year?
I think from my perspective, at least, I would look at trying to divide that equally across the 5 years. Councillor Brown?
Madam Chair, that's what administration would do, right? So in year 5, it'd be $1.11, and then we'll work our way back for increments.
Thank you for the clarification. So as Madam Chair requested, the motion reads, be it resolved that the Airport Committee instruct administration to proceed with an incremental increase over a period of 5 years to the Alberta Agriculture and Forestry lease, then freeze the rate at a 1.11%, 1 cents per square footage until GIS GPS review of the area is completed.
All right, any other questions? Oh, Councillor Auld?
Just a comment, it's 1.11 per square meter per year. Yep, $1.11 per square meter per year, not per square foot.
Thank you.
My only comment, freezing it, that wasn't in there. How long were you looking at freezing it for? And
I was looking at it would be froze until we could do a comparative analysis. And I would suggest that that would happen sometime in the next 1 or 2 years. And then we could look and see, do we need to keep a freeze on it? This lease would inevitably be for 5 years. So we know that it will stay where it is saying it's going to stay because we will have signed off. But it gives us an opportunity to then look at leases that are coming up in the next 2 or 3 years and and looking at what is our comparative analysis with other similar airports. I recognize COVID as being a challenge, and I think those conversations need additional information to provide that background to make an informed decision.
But could that not be done within the 5-year lease and makes that freezing it irrelevant?
If you're asking if I'd like to amend and pull the freeze out and just leave it as, I'm happy with that friendly amendment. And we can have a separate conversation about comparative analysis and potentially freezing the leases. Or I should say lease rates. Councillor Brown, I apologize.
Yeah, and Madam Chair, you may have addressed what I was going to state, and that is simply that it would not accomplish the same thing by having an annual review.
We could certainly do an annual review, but we would still need the comparative analysis. And I think there is benefit in the messaging to our stakeholders that we are taking the challenges that we're having across the aviation industry seriously, that we would consider freezing this as a separate conversation. But to stay with the lease rate at the moment for ag and forestry, perhaps we'll just amend it so it doesn't say frozen on it.
Madam Chair, would you like me to reread the motion at hand?
Perhaps that would be wise. Thank you.
Yeah. Be it resolved that the Airport Committee instruct administration to proceed with an incremental increase over a period of 5 years to the Alberta Agriculture and Forestry lease to reach the $1.11 per square meter per year rate and complete a GIS GPS review of the area.
Now, that was Councillor Ald's motion. Are you comfortable with that?
Yes, I am.
All right. Any other questions or comments?
Can I just add one more thing?
Yes.
As far as we're concerned, I think that if there's an agreement with what all other leases are being increased by whatever value comes up with, and we talked about the CPI, we would be that's more than reasonable if we're just gonna paint all the leases with the same brush. Are we trying to make sure that we're comparable to what's in Rocky Mountain House or what everybody else around the province is doing? Because I can tell you, talking to my counterparts, it's all over the board. It's very, very different from town to town. So if we say that we're going to raise our rates the same as we're going to raise the rates for the other leases, I think that's more than reasonable.
Thank you for that clarification. Any other questions or comments? And I recognize, Mr. Moore, you're abstaining from this. Thank you for confirming. Those in favor? That is 5-0. That is carried. So before we move on, is there value in a motion to do a comparative analysis to other airports, recognizing there's COVID challenges, and having that information come back? And then we can look, as Councillor Brown indicated, we can look at it annually, but maybe there's a discussion point. And yes, I believe that we want to ensure first and foremost that everything is fair and equitable in our own airport amongst the stakeholders and leaseholders. But I also think it's important that we are fair and we have a good understanding of the market of other airports around us as well. So that was a lot, but hopefully you get the gist of what I'm suggesting. Other thoughts or comments? Councillor Brown?
Madam Chair, through you to Rick, to Mr. Moore. Rick, are we talking apples to apples when we talking other bases?
That's a good question. I think for the most part, you probably are. The services that are provided through us at Rocky Mountain House, very similar. One of the big things probably would be is that a lot of other bases, tanker bases, don't have a facility for staff to stay as well. So I would suggest, and I don't know this for certain, but I would suggest that our area may be a little bit larger than some others. They may just have the tanker base apron part of the business.
Great, thank you.
All right. I guess where I'm looking at it is I'm considering if we need to have a motion to have a comparative analysis done of lease rates of other similar airports for the purposes of ensuring that we are both competitive, and a future discussion about potentially freezing the rates for a period of time. And I would make that motion. And hopefully Marina was able to capture all of that.
Madam Chair, I can read your motion.
Thank you.
Be it resolved that the Airport Committee instruct administration to conduct a comparative analysis of lease rates at other airports.
Mr. Wadden?
Yeah, just, is that for forestry tanker bases, or is that for all lease rates?
That's for all. Councillor Hoven?
Building on what Councillor Brown had said earlier, are we comparing apples to apples? Rental and lease rates are all over everywhere because of different features, right? Someone leasing a building on Highway 11 here in town is paying a much different rate from someone leasing a few hundred meters away in a different part of town. To do a comparative rate at different airports that all have different features and different needs and different demands, it would be good to have those numbers, but it is going to be so wide varying. I don't know if there's anything too practical we can get from that. Ultimately, I don't mean to sound like a diehard capitalist. The lease rate is what you can get for it, right? It's what someone will pay for that lease, and what someone's willing to pay in Wetaskiwin or Ponoka or Rocky are different because each community is different. I don't know if it would be worth our time.
Thank you. Councillor Brown?
Just a question, isn't that a discussion for 8.7 as opposed to the current item?
Perhaps it is. I'm good with holding off that motion for now out of a point of process. Am I able to just hold that motion till a later point in the conversation when we would have it for 8.7?
Madam Chair, I think you just withdraw that motion,
Okay.
and when it comes up, then it could be just reinstated. So-
All right. Thank you, Mr. Kraus. I will withdraw the motion for now. That then takes us to 8.2, low-level aerobatics. Mr. Kraus?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So obviously a contentious issue with people on both sides of low-level aerobatics. Administration did draft a report with the intent just to educate probably the non-aviators of the world of all the complexity of the matter. That report was released as part of this agenda. There, of course, was a rebuttal from the Alberta Aerobatics Association, which I think everyone received. And then there was another rebuttal to the aerobatics rebuttal from one of the stakeholders in the airport. Where administration is recommending is we could go back and forth and argue different matters on this and who's right and who's wrong and who's interpreting this right or wrong. But administration is recommending that we need to move forward versus have a combative type of approach to the issue. So what administration is recommending is to, well, actually, I think, I don't even know if I put it in the report, but I think what would be best is to hire a third-party consultant There are consultants in Alberta who draft safety management systems, airport operations manuals for airports throughout Alberta to come in and work with the stakeholders to develop a procedure or policy for this that would hopefully satisfy all stakeholders out of the airport and to accomplish what we're trying to gain here for aerobatics.
Councillor Brown?
Lights on. Lights off.
I assume that there would be a budget implication and a time frame that would go with this. What would that be?
Madam Chair, for budget, first I'm seeking the commission's recommendation that we get quotes from a third-party consultant. Then they would have to come back actually to both councils because it is a budgetary impact to develop this. Time frame, if this is the recommendation of the commission, we would start tomorrow to obtain quotes.
And the process time frame, best guess?
Madam Chair, I'd hate to guess at that, but I mean, a few months for sure.
Mr. Wadden?
Yeah, I think, I don't think that'll be acceptable because we're gonna miss aerobatics practice window. These guys are, at this time of year, starting their practice and their training. I think if we look at option 5 that was submitted by the aerobatics, Alberta Aerobatics Club, there's options there where aerobatics get reinstated immediately as per today's date, that they continue under the SFOC holders, that there are availability to extend the wording of the caution in the Canada Flight Supplement, and that they meet with the shareholders, any concern at the airport to discuss any safety concerns. Because the question is whether there really is safety concerns or not with regards to documentation, all that stuff. The Aerobatics Club has been proactive in talking to the flying clubs, for example, out of Red Deer that use the airport, education programs and all that respect. I really don't think we need to go to a third party to all get along here at the airport. For over 20 years, aerobatics has been performed here, and there hasn't been an issue with those that are authorized by Transport Canada. As the town and the county, as the owners of the airport, you ultimately make the decision on whether SFOC approved aerobatics are allowed below 2,000 feet.
Mr. Kraus, I see that you're.
No, I'm just on standby.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Wadden, could you clarify just for us, option 5, where is option 5?
Yeah, so it was submitted by the Aerobatics Club. It was submitted by the Aerobatics Club, I believe yesterday, was it not? April 7th, 2021, Alberta Aerobatics Club response, request for decision, Lolo Flying Aerobatics. Have we all got that? So option 5, page 3, aerobatic practices by holders of a valid special operating certificate for low-level aerobatics being reinstated immediately at the Rocky Mountain House Airport. The airport committee to review and approve procedures regarding the aerobatics practice area at CRM. Consultation is held between the user groups at Rocky Mountain House Airport for all pilots, user groups, nearby flight schools, and airports. The airport committee will meet with the Transport Canada and NAV Canada to discuss possibility of moving traffic patterns and creating a Class F alert space, similar to other airports where there is parachuting and soaring, gliding, etc. So.
Just give the commission members a few moments. Mr. Moore, do you happen to have that document as well?
I do not see it.
Madam
Is-
Chair, can I suggest for 5-minute recess while we get our paperwork in order?
Okay, we're going to take 5 minutes while we all find the appropriate document, and if we need, let's email one to Mr. Moore.
will just indicate to Mr. Moore that we are up. Our mics are on, and whenever you see him done, then we can take it away.
Thank you. There you are. Mr. Moore, you're back. Were you able to see that document? I know that it was re-emailed to you.
Yep, got it.
My understanding is Mr. Wadden has taken the opportunity to present us with option 5. It's on page 3 of that document. So I do have one question. What is an aerobatic alert airspace?
Class F special use airspace is designated by Transport Canada, designated airspace handbook. And it just alerts to any aviation activities that are prevalent to that area. For example, we can look at areas outside of Springbank where there are training areas. We look at Red Deer where there's designated training areas. There's other airports around the country that have designated parachute or designated soaring or hang gliding activity. Brings the attention to, it's on the map and on the Canada Flight Supplement, brings the attention to areas that are slightly higher traffic areas or something to watch for, we'll say.
Other questions or comments? And thank you for that clarity. So they could actually designate an area?
Yeah, the user groups would have to get together and we would, there are multiple options, but we could talk with Transport Canada in having a airspace designation for that small portion of that the Aerobatics Club uses.
Thank you. Mr. Auld?
I do have some concerns and agreements with this option 5. The first sentence, aerobatic practice by holders of a valid SFOC. In the past, there's been documented practices where aerobatics are being performed without an SFOC. And they've fully admitted that they don't track who has an SFOC. So there would have to be some changes done to their procedure. I do agree when he says consultation is held between user groups at Rocky Mountain House Airport for all pilots, user groups, nearby flight schools and airports. And that's our intention with having a third party come in. He's independent, he has no bias, get all the user groups together and they can move forward. So I don't, option 5 is not an option. It doesn't include all of the user groups. It is set specifically for the aerobatics.
Councillor Brown?
Just want to add to that as well. I totally agree that the consultation bullet is appropriate. And I do agree that that consultation is necessary if for no other reason than to remove any perception of bias. This has really turned into a he says, she says, and you just have to look at the top of the page where comments against another stakeholder's letter are being addressed. And we want to make a decision based on what we know to be true, and all we're getting is what's starting to turn out to be innuendo. He said that, she said that, and a third party bias, a third party consultant would give us that unbiased view of what's happening in the aviation world. And I also think that this is a service level matter.
This is a what?
Service level matter for council.
Mr. Wadden?
Yeah, it's very easy to know who has a special flight operations certificate or not. Simply those that have it provide a list to the county and to the town and to this committee of who has an active issued SFOC or not. So, and again, consultation, who do you want to bring in to consult? Again, they're going to miss the window. Bottom line is the town and the county are half owners on this airport. The owner determines what activities take place at his airport, and this committee determines the policy and what's going to happen at the airport.
Mr. Wadden, I believe that's what Councillor Brown had indicated when he said service levels are determined by the councils. You're both saying the same thing, I think. So you're absolutely correct. And I don't, for me, the aerobatics group appear to have provided, I think, a reasonable option to consider. I didn't even know you could designate an area, but that's good to know. I would recommend having the third party help with the consultation of all stakeholders at this point. I think that that would be beneficial. As Mr. Kraus had indicated, and I believe that was reiterated by both Councillor Ald and Councillor Brown, there's value in that, that person not having a stake in the game. They just simply understand the process, they understand the stakeholders. There's many of these conversations that, pardon the pun, it's way over my head. You know, I did Class F, that I don't understand all of that. That's why I have to ask. So I think that value is brought, and there's no vested interest by that third party. They can simply look at it with an objective third eye that or second look, with an understanding I simply don't have. I'm being that blunt. I'm trying to keep up, but it's a lot of this is over my head. But I do see option 5 as a build on of the recommendation. It just goes beyond what's currently being asked for to make sure that we can facilitate not losing a time frame window of when these folks do their practicing. I would hate to think that a group that is very close to going to what is some sort of competitive pro sport, and I understand they are going to be doing that, not this year, but the following year, or maybe it's later this year, I can't remember. They are going to need to practice. Let's give them the safest place to practice we can and find a permanent solution for this. That would be my hope. And so it does look like it addresses kind of all this stuff, but that's just kind of my thoughts. I see Mr. Wadden and Councillor Brown. Go ahead, Mr. Wadden.
Yeah, like I said, they have to start practicing right away. This is their window. We all know that they don't fly around in November, December, and January and February. Canada Flight Supplement can be changed to reflect that. All right, it can be changed to reflect the dates and use of the calendar periods that they're using it. It's only done during daylight hours. Yeah, no, it's been safely accomplished here at this Rock Airport for the last 20 years. Still on the town's website that we're the aerobatics capital of Canada. So if you, I'll take it back to the aerobatics club and see how there is. I do have some concerns with a third party consult. As in who would pick it. It would have to be in mutual agreement from this airport committee of who would pick this so-called subject expert to meet with the user groups.
Councillor Brown?
Yeah, and to Mr. Wadden through the chair, that's normal process. It's not an arbitrary selection by anybody. And so as far as process goes, I don't think there's an issue there. I would also state to the committee that Ms. Crane and Mr. Cook have both identified other areas that can provide the service. And if they can provide the service at all, then there's no reason it couldn't be provided on a temporary basis while this committee went through the consultation process.
Mr. Wadden?
So just to confirm, Randy, you're saying that aerobatics would be reinstated and then the consultation will take place and we will work with the user groups. I'm just trying to clarify what you said.
Yeah, no, that's a fair question, and I'll clarify. that Ms. Crane and Mr. Cook provided alternative airports where practice could be provided. They provided a list, and they've done that several times. So there's no reason practice couldn't continue. It just would not occur at CYRM until consultation is complete.
I'll hold my thoughts because I think that there's more at stake than just where they practice. Mr. Wadden.
Yeah, so, I mean, what is the town trying to accomplish here? What is the purpose of prohibiting aerobatics below 2,000 feet?
Mr. Brown?
Yeah, the town's objective is just to have as safe as airport as possible. We are not against aerobatics. We are not against anything. We just want to make sure that the process that is eventually in place is safe and fair to all stakeholders, not just one group.
Yeah, so what documented safety issues do you have, that there's been safety issues in the past? Where are the CADORs, where are the Transport Canada findings, where are the audits, where are the incident reports that have said that for the last 20 years that this has been unsafe? Because Transport Canada is very well aware through the issues of the FSOCs that aerobatics below 2,000 feet is being conducted right here at the Rocky Airport, because it says right in the FSOCs where it is being conducted.
If I may, what is a CADOR?
Civil Aviation Daily Occurrence Report. Civil Aviation Daily Occurrence Report.
Thank you. So that would be like a report that something happened.
A concern in aviation safety, yes.
Okay, so perhaps we need to find out about what those things are. Councillor Brown?
Madam Chair, anybody can submit a CADOR. So, but it doesn't, I don't want to digress. The bottom line is you're asking non-aviation people to make decisions based on the comments made by aviation people from all aviation sectors, and they are very much differing in opinion. So whose opinion do we take? I'm suggesting we take a third-party consultant's opinion and make our decision from there.
Well, Councillor Hoven?
I am okay with having the third-party consultant come in to write or do the consultation and write procedures for aerobatic practice. My concern is if we stop the aerobatic community from practicing here over the summer while they have this consultation ongoing, it might severely damage the airport. Currently, there's a 4% fuel surcharge that benefits the airport and the town and the county. There are dollars of capital investment that people want to spend to improve their hangars. That could all disappear. Also, the loss of airport capacity. How many flights go in and out of the airport daily, and how many of those are relating to aerobatics? We have a strong aerobatics community. Like Mr. Wadden said, we are the aerobatics capital of Canada, and there have been no safety issues with aerobatics in the last 20 some years. So I think to all of a sudden now state that aerobatics are not safe is making a decision when we don't have the data to back that up. So I am actually in favor of number 5. Let's get the aerobatic people to show they have their licenses, let them continue. Let's have the consultant work with all the user groups, all the different stakeholders, and find some policies that can allow all the user groups to work together for the good of the airport and the good of the whole community.
Councillor Brown?
Yeah, I agree with the requirement for data. We have no data. That data was previously asked for, not provided. As far as safety goes, the safety of the airport is paramount. And we are now arguing or discussing or debating, whatever you want to call it, using hearsay or third-party information that has no substance to back it up with. I lost my train of thought. Thank you, Madam Chair.
That's quite all right, Councillor Brown. We recognize the importance of this discussion again. These are critical discussions, especially with timing. Mr. Wadden, and then I'm going to go to Councillor Ald.
Well, here's some first-party accuracy, as I've been conducting flight operations off the Rocky Airport since 1990. And during the 20 years where the aerobatics have been performed, and have never had an issue with it. I have also consulted with the chief pilot of Airspray, the chief pilot of Conair, who run all the tanker operations off of the airport here in the summer. And I have letters saying they have no concerns whatsoever.
Councillor Ald?
Madam Chair, an
Oh,
opportunity to
sorry.
rebut.
Oh,
Yeah,
Councillor.
and just for the record, we've received all that correspondence. I've read the correspondence, but I've also had comments from pilots on the airfield who feel that the comments provided by your references are not the only comments, and I have had concerns about safety provided to me. And back to you, Madam Chair.
Councillor, or do you, Mr.?
No, go ahead.
Okay, Councillor Ald.
There has been issues in the past brought up, so is it not possible to schedule these events? I think the biggest thing is the aerobatics wants to have a free use of the space without having to book the time and book the space with Transport Canada. Is there not a way that they can book it, be done with it, and everybody issue their NOTAMs and whatever they need to do, but go through the books instead of having it as a free use, I guess?
Let's go to page.
Mr. Wadden?
Let's go to page 7 of the document. Shows a picture of the Canada Flight Supplement for the Rocky Mountain House Aerodrome. Just so we clarify, when you look at the CARS, the Canadian Aviation Regulations, yeah, we're looking at this right here. Yeah,
It's
you
got
betcha.
a low
Yeah.
picture.
So just to clarify, when we look at the CARS, the Canadian Aviation Regulations, I recommend that you look at the CARS as a whole. Okay, and I'll use the example of if you were on a WestJet or an Air Canada flight, can you take off your seatbelt, walk up to the cabin door, open the door and get out of the aircraft? No, it is illegal. There's a Canadian Aviation Regulation that states that you cannot do that. The minister, under the Aeronautics Act and under the section of CARS, has the authority to authorize an exemption to any regulation that he puts into the CARS. And a good example of this is you guys can't leave a helicopter in flight, but parachutists can. Okay. Another good example is that you can't leave a helicopter in flight, but our initial attack helicopter crews for Alberta Forest Service can hover exit out of the helicopter. Okay. So the FSOCs are specifically stated by Transport Canada that aerobatics can be conducted below 2,000 feet. In this page here, the last page we're looking at is the Canada Flight Supplement. This is from NAV Canada. This is a NAV Canada publication. NAV Canada is not the authority. NAV Canada is a non-profit corporation that does the publications and assists in weather navigation use for Transport Canada. The minister is the final authority, Transport Canada, period. In this publication where it says Rocky Mountain House is Class G uncontrolled airspace. So anybody can use the airspace for any designated purpose. It says under the caution in the bottom, extensive aerobatic activity overhead the airport extending to 1 nautical mile east of the runway, surface to 8,000 feet. Okay. As a pilot in command of any aircraft, any flight, it is your responsibility to check NOTAMs, to review the Canada Flight Supplement for the area that you are taking off or landing in. All right. That can be amended to give calendar times and dates, to give sun up to sundown. And like I said, they're not practicing aerobatics at night, right? And they're not practicing aerobatics in the wintertime. Okay. The SFOC allows them to practice whenever they can, on the weekends, It's a nice evening before dark, right? So we don't want to be restricting their practice times. SFOCs for air shows and aerobatics competitions are totally different and issued for the day for the event by approval of the owners of the airport and are specified by NOTAM, where pilots are supposed to check that. So I think we can see that by the FSOCs issued by Transport Canada. And to put it into perspective, Class G uncontrolled airspace at the Rocky Airport, we have a 5-mile radius of the airport here. That's 8 kilometers, okay? 8-kilometer radius of a mandatory frequency around the 5 nautical miles of the airport. The aerobatics box is 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer, right? The area of that mandatory frequency in that Class G airspace around the Rocky Airport is actually 50 squared kilometers, pi r squared, right? 8-kilometer diameter, 4-kilometer radius, 50 square kilometers of airspace there. The aerobatics box is only asking for 1 square kilometer, 1/50th of this whole area at the airport, okay? And it's very easy to establish, some of the diagrams here that are in some of this are not reflective of the actual downwind pass and allocations. It's very easy to put in the cautions that downwinds, left-hand downwinds for runway 31 will be extended to the east. Pilots are to notify or to be notified when the aerobatics box is active. We have an AWOS system at the airport, automatic weather observation station. Tells you the temperature, tells you the wind and the wind direction. All pilots, prior to landing and taking off, should be listening to that and determining which runway they're going to use. So it's very easy before you even get to the airport or before you ever leave the taxiway to determine what runway you're going to be using. The AWOS could also have data in there. It could be added. Now we will have to confirm this, that aerobatics is active, or be aware of aerobatics, right? So there are many different options here. The Aerobatics Club is willing to work with everybody and determine what is going to be the most efficient for everyone.
Councillor Brown?
My last thought came back. I have a couple comments there, Madam Chair. First one to Councillor Hoven in his comment about interfering with practice. As I stated previously, Ms. Crane and Mr. Cook have both acknowledged there are other practice areas around at other airports. If Rocky Mountain House was in danger of not being used for aerobatic practice, they wouldn't be fighting as hard as they are to get what they're after. So I think that's a non-issue as far as practice location. My second point is Mr. Wadden, to Mr. Wadden's comments through the chair. There's opinions on this matter on both sides of the table. So the only way to resolve this, you've got your opinion, other aviators have their opinions. We've heard both sides of the coin. And I think the only way to really resolve this with any clarity is to have that third party input. And I just one question from Mr. Wadden, the caution in the flight supplement, is that not written by the airport manager?
That would be written by the owners of the airport.
Yeah, airport manager would be that rep. So I mean, those comments are.
That would only be if the county agrees, because the county owns half the airport.
Point made, but it's still written here, so anything can be written to suit any need. It's, that what you're referring to, there really doesn't tell me a whole lot. It's what's written by the airport manager of the day.
Well, no, it's what the committee decides on behalf of the owners,
Well,
what the policy
Okay.
of the airport's going to be.
yeah, I'm not here to debate that. I'm just making my statement.
Thank you. We do understand that the level of service decision is made by the town and the county. And that is a level of service And so that would go to the councils. And then, of course, the airport manager, supervisor, I'm not sure I'm saying the right term, so please forgive me, would then put it in writing on our behalf. But the decision for the level of service ultimately sits with the town and the county councils. So you are correct. Councillor Alt.
Just my last comment. I think we're doing our due diligence with the terminal, spending the time, energy, making sure we're doing it right. I think we need to put the same energy into this, get that third party, get somebody in here that is not council members sitting around the table trying to make decisions based on 100 other opinions. Get somebody that knows what they're doing and be able to mediate between all the users and stakeholders. We would take the time and do it right.
As I said, I am also concerned about other impacts, potential having a negative impact on the airport, recognizing that our vision is to grow the airport and not have our stakeholders feeling that, we recognize they're investing, whether they live here or just practice here, they're investing in our community. And when they come to our community, they spend dollars in our community. And that benefits all of our community as a region. So I want to make sure that we consider that as well. I am very concerned that something that appears to have been going on with no safety issues, as far as I understand from this Cador thing, that there's been none, if I understand what I heard correctly. There, as you said, there seems to be a lot of supposition, a lot of discussion around this. And I'm thinking, if there's been no issue in the past, why can't we at least for the summer give some sort of permission for them to continue on while we do these other consultations and making sure then we can find a permanent solution? There's been many put in front of us, including making this permanent flying box. There's also been an opportunity or an idea put forward that we could change the circuit, and all of that we could decide, ask the councils to support it or not, whatever. I hope they support it. And then we would have our supervisor manager put it in on our behalf, because that's a level of service that we are, as near as I can figure out, we're potentially changing it by not allowing it for this summer. And I think that's it's disconcerting for me. I do see Mr. Wadden and Councillor Brown.
If Transport Canada had an issue with safety, Transport Canada would be shutting it down. And they haven't in the last 20 years, and they're not now.
Mr. Brown?
Yeah, Madam Chair, again, you've if I'm hearing you say that you are siding on the safety of one side, but the discussions or concerns of safety of other aviators are not being concerned. If we're going to allow things to continue as per normal, we're ignoring the concerns of people who fly out of that airport and have expressed safety concerns to me.
And I appreciate that. And you have indicated, Councillor Brown, that we are not the experts. So I am putting my faith in the aviation system, which is this Cador thing, which is some sort of complaint process. And they investigated, and it's my understanding there has been none. And maybe I'm misunderstanding what Mr. Wadden told me, but that is what I understood. And maybe we'll have Mr. Wadden in a moment confirm that. But if that's the process, and we've had none, I'm not reducing the importance of these conversations that any one of us are having. I'm just recommending that if there's a process, why isn't it being used? Councillor Brown.
Madam Chair, respectfully, a third-party consultant will find out all those answers to those questions. Again, to pick one side of the argument in this room is not doing this process any good.
I absolutely agree, Mr. Brown, and it appears you've chose.
As of you, Madam Chair.
I actually am sticking with status quo. Mr. Wadden and then Councillor Ald.
Yeah, I think it's quite apparent with no Transport Canada investigation or closures or reprimands, that maybe the safety issues of the few selected ones are involved. Maybe they need some opportunity to explain theirself, but it could be a lack of piloting skills or interpretation on their part of the cars or procedures or
Supposition, Madam Chair.
experience. Pardon me?
You're supposing. You know, the only one that's going to resolve this is a third-party consultant.
And I understand, just making sure, Mr. Moore, we haven't lost you along the way. Thank you.
No, I'm still here, just all ears. I would agree that, there is a mechanism for aviators to issue or to file their complaints. And for us to restrict a group of individuals on hearsay, I think would be not something that this group should do. I do support also the having a consultant come in and do the work and work with all the stakeholders, but we shouldn't restrict an activity based on some people's perceptions or their feelings.
Thank you for sharing. Councillor Ald.
I just don't think there's any point in going round and round in this table when there's one pilot in the room and the rest of us has no idea. We're making decisions based on what we're being told by 3-4 different parties, but we're getting different stories from everybody. The only way it's going to get solved is if we have a third person come in, sit down with all the user groups, make a procedure, make a policy that everybody agrees on, and we move forward.
Councillor Brown.
I just want to re-emphasize, Madam Chair, because it's been stated several times, but seems to be getting glossed over, and that is that Ms. Crane and Mr. Cook have acknowledged they do have practice alternatives.
I do understand, Councillor Brown, and I haven't missed that. I just don't want to see that people who have invested in our community and who spend dollars in our community to support the regional area, I don't want to watch them go to somebody else's community. I want to ensure that we haven't lost sight of a potential negative impact of them going elsewhere. I don't want to encourage them to go elsewhere. Mr. Wadden.
When people leave, they don't come back.
All right, you've been quiet, Councillor Hoven.
For me, the big question is whether or not this committee wants to allow aerobatics or not. Because when we hire this consultant to come through and write up policy and procedures and to do the consultations, if this committee and if the town and the county say we want to find a way to allow aerobatics in this airport, he or she will come back with a list of policies and procedures so it can be allowed. I know where I stand. I think aerobatics, because they have a proven safe track record at the airport, there have been nothing from Transport Canada to say it's unsafe. Therefore, I think we need to allow it to continue while the consultant does his work. To terminate it, to kill the aerobatics here for this summer would be detrimental to hangar owners, and I think it would be detrimental to fuel sales. I think there's a lot of negative consequences from doing it. I think it comes down to this commission, though, saying we support aerobatics at our community, and we want to have this consultant find a way to make it happen so we can continue with our safe track record.
Oh, Councillor Ald.
I 100% agree with Mr. Hoven, Councillor Hoven. We do not want the aerobatics to say we're done and out of here. We want to just find the safest, most productive way to do it. We want everybody to be happy with it. And 100%, we don't want them to go somewhere else. We just want everybody to be happy and work together. It's my end goal. I don't want them to go anywhere else. I just want all parties, all user groups, all stakeholders to be considered in this process equally.
Thank you. Councillor Brown?
And just to reiterate again that the conversation started out about getting a third-party consultant to write an aerobatics or propose an aerobatics process.
Well, and I guess when I look at option 5, it has that consultation built into it. We could beef it up and say held by, on whatever their second bullet, consultation is held between all, and add all user groups. And we could add that it consultation by a third party. And then that way it flows into their third point, which is then they could discuss what they could come up with regard to, I would say, a permanent solution so that we don't have to do this every spring. I think that's important. I think what we're trying to do is ensure that we haven't inadvertently changed the level of service. Because right now, by not doing it, there is the potential to have negative impact to our entire community at various levels by prohibiting it. So we need to figure out a way to get this going forward. Councillor Alt.
You specifically said the third bullet in there, but does that meet everybody else's requirements? Does that meet their needs? Or is this strictly for aerobatics? I don't know that answer.
And that's a fair conversation. And I think that that would be a sub-bullet underneath of this
Right,
consultation.
So we can't do any of this. They can't go ahead and do this until we have that consultation. We can't move on and we can't go to these different levels before we have the consultation.
I'm not
because-
sure that I agree with that, but I will percolate on it. I'll think about it for a
Right
moment.
there where they said they will meet with Transport Canada and NAV Canada to discuss moving the traffic pattern. Well, what if that doesn't meet the other user groups? What if that
It-
doesn't meet their needs?
It says
No, it
the
says the
airport
airport
committee.
committee.
Okay, so the airport, what if that does not meet their needs?
Well, we'll
Who's-
discuss with those that have concerns.
Mr. Wadden, did you, I noticed you wanted
Yeah.
to,
Yeah, I've met with the aerobatics club. I'm a member of the aerobatics club. I'm also a member of the Rocky Flying Club, and I've met with the Rocky Air Show Society, right? I've had meetings with all of them, including the stakeholders and the hangar owners at the airport. Some members have elected not to attend. That's their choice, right? I've tried to have a meeting with a meet and greet with the Rocky Flying Club, but all those meetings have been shut down by COVID. So once we have a chance to meet with all those individuals, I've also offered my hangar for you to come over and for Mr. Aker to come over and to visit me via email. So my door is always open at Hangar 16 and everybody has my phone number. So the whole point of this is just like you said, Dave, is to work together, right? To get everybody together, address their concerns. But we have to remember one thing about consultation, right? It's one thing to consult, it's another thing to come up with a solution. And consultation means just that, you've consulted. But if 3 people out of 1,000 or 3 people out of 20 or 1 person out of 5 has an issue, but the other ones don't, and it can't be substantiated or has no value or fact, they've still been consulted, right? But we will look at all issues, first of all, affecting the safe flight operations at the airport and a program that will work for everybody, right? Very simple.
I appreciate the clarification. I do have one question for administration as the managing partner. When I looked at some of the documentation, and Lord knows we've had lots on this topic, if you have this valid special flight operations certificate, you have to ask for permission prior, like you get written permission when you apply, I understand, But then after that, how do you get permission afterwards? Perhaps somebody could clarify how, and I'm actually, I know Mr. Wadden, you're excited. I want to know from admin, what's the process for getting permission?
So Madam Chair, so under cars, they need permission from either the airport operator or the landowner, because it's private land. Mr. Wadden can correct me if I'm wrong here. In the past, the airport manager provided that approval.
Okay, how do they do it? Did they pick up the phone? Did they have to send an email? What's the process?
Madam Chair, I'm not too sure how it was handled by the airport manager in the past.
No, I'm asking now. Like, there must be a process that they have to ask Mr. McFadden or yourself. I just would like clarity what the process is currently.
Mr. Can you answer that?
Sure. Well, the way it was done in the past, according to documentation on the Alberta Aerobatics website, was that Mr. Fowler put a letter on file with the Alberta Aerobatics Club, and that served as standing permission for aerobatics at the aerodrome. That's how it was managed.
How is it managed now?
Well, it was suspended because the key ingredient to any of this is that permission has to be granted according to the act by either the aerodrome manager or the operator. So because permission was provided by the previous manager, when he died, permission ended. And then as his replacement, I informed the Aerobatics Club that I wouldn't be providing permission. And that's when we got into the discussion about reviewing the process. So right now, there is no permission for low-level aerobatics over the field. But we talk about the ability to practice, let's understand that they still have the ability to practice above 2,000 feet. That's legal anywhere. The prohibition that we're talking about here is only a prohibition against aerobatics below 2,000 feet. That's what this whole conversation is about. So as I informed Mr. Cook in writing, that the ability is still there to practice, to use the perimeter of the box or the outline of that box while remaining above 2,000 feet. That option is available without permission. If that makes
Okay.
sense.
But if they want to get permission right now, you're not granting it below 2,000 feet.
That's right.
Well, isn't that a change in level of service?
Madam Chair, I guess the best way to answer that is, so.
Thank you.
Concerns came to the town from other pilots about the safeties. So it was a step back saying, okay, we're hearing concerns, let's review the practice and address the issue. And that's what we're doing today.
Mr. Wadden.
So let's be very clear in the cars. The cars states the airport authority or the landowner. So the landowner is the town of Rocky Mountain House and Clearwater County joint. That is the landowner. They're not talking about adjacent landowners. When they talk about an authority, that means something like the Calgary International or the Edmonton International Airport, where an airport authority looks after the airport because the city of Edmonton or the city of Calgary doesn't want to deal with daily requests to do this or do that or open a gate or go here or have an air show or whatever. So the town and the county, through this committee, make the decision on the policy of whether aerobatics below 2,000 feet are going to be authorized or not.
Can I speak to that?
Oh, please,
Just by point of clarification.
Mr. McFadden.
What I'm going to read from is the actual SFOC, and it speaks to permission. And what it actually says is that prior to conducting aerobatic maneuvers below 2,000 feet AGL, the certificate holder shall ensure that A, where the operation is to take place at an airport or an aerodrome, the airport manager or airdrome operator have been made aware of the proposed operation and has no objection. So it specifically refers to the airport manager or operator.
The airport operator is the town of Rocky Mountain House in Clearwater County.
Actually, the operator is the town of Rocky Mountain House, according to the.
Not through the committee.
If I may, I actually think you're both wrong, because according to the certificate, it might be somebody else until we clarify that. So that's a whole different conversation.
Well, NAV Canada shows the operator as the town.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying, and I appreciate that. And I guess where I'm going with this, and my reason for asking, is to understand process for permission that is historically being granted. And when you take something away, that's a change in level of service. And that needed, I believe, to come to this committee and to the two respective councils. So perhaps we need to get some clarity there, but that seems to be a process that has been missed here. Councillor Auld.
Just on kind of on the heels of what John said, they can still come here, they can still practice. It's the below the 2,000 feet is the issue. So they can still come to the box, they can still practice. I know it's not ideal because they need to be able to practice down to ground level. But while we do the consultation and create the policy and procedures, can they not practice above that so we don't need to impede their training?
Mr. Wadden.
Not acceptable. The whole point of practice is to be able to perform at an air show and an aerobatics competition, so they have to be able to practice. Those that have the authorized FSOC have to be able to practice from the surface up.
All right, we're going to bat this thing around a lot, and until we come up with a motion. I'm going to make the motion for option 5 with the amendment on point number 2, that a third-party consultation is held between all user groups. And on the end of point 3, where it says Airport Committee will meet with Transport Canada and NAV Canada, that's us, to discuss moving traffic pattern to the west side of the runway and possibility of having an aerobatic alert space, to be given more notification to the pilots using the airport as a future option. That's the amendment I would make to that.
If I could just add one thing to that, Madam Chair, is that in order for aerobatics to be reinstated immediately, that the Alberta Aerobatics Club provide a list of authorized valid SFOCs to Clearwater County, the town of Rocky Mountain House, and to this committee, showing who has Transport Canada authorization and who doesn't. So we are very clear of who is qualified and able to do this.
I would take that as a friendly amendment, as point number 5, provide a list of current SFOC operators, pilots.
Certified pilot, yeah. Transport Canada approved SFOC pilot. How's that?
Like he said. Councillor Brown.
Madam
Oh,
Chair,
sorry.
just for clarification, as you stated before, this is like a service level. So this would be a recommendation to the councils, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Oh, go ahead, Councillor Auld.
I'm just curious where our expertise comes that we would take the initiative to meet with Transport Canada to move any traffic pattern in your motion.
That would be after that consultation.
But what if the consultation says not to do that? Why would that even be in the motion?
Because Transport Canada is the ultimate authority on it. And if Transport Canada says it can be done or it can't be done, well, then that would determine what happens.
Yeah, I'm still not clear on it. I just don't know why would we even say that? Why would that be a direction that we want to take?
I put it as a future option. I don't know if you caught that part.
Oh, I did.
Oh, okay.
I'm still not clear why we want that as an option.
Mr. Emmons?
I guess just looking for a point of clarification, Madam Chair. So I think the issue is the service level was changed and didn't go to each prospective council. But to go status quo, it has to go back to each prospective council. I believe the debate at this committee is to change the service level, and it's already been changed without council's input. That's my understanding of the conversation. So I guess I just need clarification on process.
For me, we need to ensure that we are status quo and that it hasn't changed, which it appears to have. And this recommendation then would give us, I think, a way forward to ensure that we haven't accepted a change in service level. And perhaps that's where I'm at, is making sure that we haven't simply accepted a change in service level below the respective council. Councillor Brown.
I'm just questioning whether suspending a service is the same as removing or changing a service.
I think for me, if you suspend a service for long enough, you effectively can inadvertently alter it permanently. And I don't want to see that happen. And because these things can be lengthy, there's been no discussion prior to this being suspended. And I understand they can fly above, but they can't go below. And I also understand the importance of practicing your craft. I have a long history, and I am not the only one in this room, because I know there's others who have practiced a very risky craft. And the more you practice, the more safe you become. So I know it's important to ensure that you practice your craft in the appropriate manner that you're to do this. Councillor Brown.
No, I think I'm going to hold my tongue from.
Councillor Auld.
Just for clarification, this is a service level that we have permitted in the past. Are service levels determined strictly by the managing partner of the agreement, or are service levels determined by both councils?
Service levels should be determined by both councils as part of a 50-50 partnership.
So, but the managing partner would have the ability to suspend a certain service level.
I would suggest that the conversation would have happened prior to any suspension, at least between the CAOs and back to council.
But that's a suggestion. Is that policy?
Madam Chair, the airport agreement states that, let's look at it here. Specifically states that the operations of the airport, the policies will be determined by the airport commission.
Which it's also not a commission, it's a committee of council. I know.
You
That's
guys
what I
signed
said.
it.
It's all wrong.
You guys signed it.
That's right.
Right? Number 3, the commission shall develop policy, rules, and regulations and direct the town in all aspects of operating and managing the airport in a safe, efficient, and effective manner.
Right.
That's what you got right now.
Yes. All right, Councillor Auld. Any other questions or comments on my motion? Mr. Emmons, were we able to provide you with the clarification as CAO? Yes?
Yeah, I believe so.
Thank you. Sorry.
Don't apologize, Madam Chair. I'm happy to read the motion.
Thank you.
So the motion that the committee has before them reads as such. Be it resolved that the Airport Committee make a recommendation to the Town of Rocky Mountain House and Clearwater County Councils to review and approve procedures regarding the aerobatic practice area at CYRM, to conduct a third-party consultation held between all user groups at the Rocky Mountain House Airport for all pilots, user groups, nearby flight schools and airports, to meet with Transport Canada and NAV Canada to discuss moving the traffic pattern to be only on the west side of the runway and the possibility of having an aerobatic alert airspace to give more notification to pilots using the airport as a future option, and to request a list of the current and Transport Canada approved SFOC pilots.
At the beginning, did we have aerobatics practice by holders of valid SFOCs for low-level aerobatics be reinstated immediately at the CYRM? And then the first point was that the airport committee to review the approved procedures regarding the aerobatic practice area. I think you might have been missing just that first statement.
I believe so. You're correct. I shall amend that.
Thank you. Councillor Brown?
I'd just like to ask administration if that motion would be better broken up into two motions.
Mr. Kraus?
That's up to the board. Councillor Brown, you can actually put a motion that forward that the motion be split.
And Madam Chair and committee, I'd like to make the motion that the motion that has been put forward be split. Thank you.
Okay. I would prefer we didn't as the motion person, but that is my opinion. Any other comments on Councillor Brown's motion to split the motion?
How are we gonna split that? How's it gonna look?
I'm suggesting that basically break it down the middle. There's two different discussions to my way of thinking.
Councillor Hoven.
I'm seeing 4 different points. First of all, aerobatic practice shall be reinstated immediately. Airport committee reviews and approves procedures regarding the aerobatic practice area. Third-party consultation is the third point. And then the fourth point is moving forward for the aerobatic alert airspace. So are you wanting to split it into 2 motions with 2 points or 4 motions with 1 point each?
I'm willing to consider 4 or 2.
So Madam Chair, that'd be up to Councillor Brown to split it how he so desires.
And if I get Councillor Hoven just to read his 4 points back, please.
Well, each line is one of the points. The first point is for low-level aerobatics be reinstated immediately. The first bullet point then, in option 5, is that the airport committee reviews and approves procedures regarding the aerobatic practice area at CYRM. The second bullet point, which is the third point, third-party consultation is held between all user groups at airport or Rocky Mountain House Airport for all pilots, user groups, nearby flight schools and airports. And then the fourth point is the airport committee, the fourth point or the third bullet point in option 5. The airport committee will meet with Transport Canada and NAV Canada to discuss moving the traffic pattern to be only on the west side of the runway and the possibility of having an aerobatic alert airspace to give more notification to pilots using the airport as a future option.
There is a 5th bullet.
The aerobatic club has to provide the SFOC to the town, county, and airport manager. Airport committee.
If I can make a point of clarification, I did record a additional bullet point that requests a list of the current and Transport Canada approved SFOC pilots.
Yes, I think that's the one that
That's the last one that I was
Councillor Hoven was trying to capture. Thank you for the clarification. That then is 5 potential motions or some other derivative thereof, Councillor Brown?
Yeah, and I'm proposing that it be split into two. The main, or the first resolution, I guess, would include bullet points 2 and 3, and the remainder, including that fifth bullet point, be added as a separate motion. So I think I may have confused you on that one.
Yes,
So bullet point 1, 2 and 3, so 1, 4, and 5 in the second motion.
Okay, so for clarification, if you list each one of those as a bullet point, starting with aerobatics practice by holders as number 1, and then list the others 2, 3, 4, and 5, the first motion would involve points 2 and 3, aerobatic committee to review approved procedures, and the third-party consultation. That's your first motion.
Correct.
Split, and points 1 and 4 and 5 would be the second motion. I sure hope that Marina has captured all of that.
I'm working on it, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, so the motion is to split the motion in that fashion. Everybody understand? I'm looking for a, do you understand, Rick? You caught it all? All right, those in favor?
Splitting the motion?
Of splitting the motion. Okay. And Rick, were you in favor or not? That is 4-2. It is carried. All right. So then we have the third, so now we'll go back to the motion being split as we've seen it. The first motion is the airport committee to review and approve procedures regarding the aerobatic practice area at CYRM, and third-party consultation is held between all user groups at Rocky Mountain House Airport for all pilots, user groups, nearby flight schools, and airports. That is motion number 1.
So Madam Chair, just for clarification for administration where this motion is going. So it's saying the airport committee to review and approve procedures. So there are none right now to review or approve, but those procedures would come with a third party consulting for the airport committee to review.
Yes, I think they're just ones before the other is my understanding of this now. Councillor Hoven.
I have a different understanding. I look at the first bullet point, item 2, to be directly related to the first point, that aerobatic practice be reinstated. That's how I viewed it. So we've now separated them and kind of got the order and I think the intent of the motion confused, because we should reinstate aerobatic practice, and then the airport committee should review and approve procedures regarding that aerobatic practice.
All right, so to make this easier, if we don't want to lose the intent, we can move to taking point 1, 4, and 5 as that first motion we vote on, and then we can vote on the second motion so that we have them in order. Is that acceptable with the committee?
Madam Chair, I would suggest that Councillor Hoven is correct in his assessment of the motions.
Okay, Councillor Hoven.
Well, I guess that's why I said it. I thought I was right.
Okay.
So do we?
So what we can do to clarify it is the first motion that we can look at is points 1, 4, and 5 are to recommend to councils, 1, aerobatic practice by holders of valid special flight operation certificates for low-level acrobatics be reinstated immediately at the Rocky Mountain House Airport. The airport committee will meet with Transport Canada and NAV Canada to discuss moving the traffic pattern to be only on the west side of the runway and possibility of having aerobatic alert airspace to give more notifications to pilot using the airport as a future option. And I believe the 5th one was a list of current SFOC pilots to be provided their certificates or something or another to that effect. That would put this thing in the right order to keep the intent.
Madam Chair, just to clarify, so the first motion then is to allow aerobatics practice by holders of valid special flight operation certificates for low-level aerobatics be reinstated immediately at Rocky Mountain House Airport. Second point to the same first motion would be to meet with Transport Canada and NAV Canada to discuss moving the traffic pattern to be only on the west side of the runway and the possibility of having an aerobatic alerts airspace to give more notification to pilots using the airport as a future option. And finally, last point of the first motion would be to request a list of the current and Transport Canada approved SFOC pilots.
Thank you. I will make that motion. Any other questions? Seeing none, those in favor? That is 4. Those opposed? To 2, that is carried. That then leaves the second part as points 2 and 3, and perhaps it's easier to have that motion reread, and I will make that motion.
Madam Chair, the second motion then reads 2 points. They are to review and approve procedures regarding the aerobatics practice area at CYRM and to conduct a third-party consultation held between all user groups at the Rocky Mountain House Airport for all pilots, user groups, nearby flight schools, and airports.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Those in favor? That is carried unanimously, 6-0. All right. Are there any other considerations with the low-level aerobatics at the aerodrome for 8.2? Seeing none, we're moving on to 8.3, Rocky Mountain House Aerodrome Winter Maintenance Policy. Mr. Kraus, or?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So as came to light this last winter, there actually wasn't a policy in place for winter maintenance out at the airport. So administration has drafted a policy for the Commission's consideration and recommendation up to the councils. So if the committee has any questions on it, we'd be happy to answer. I know Mr. McFadden did research into a lot of airports to try to find the standard practice. I mean, it does vary quite a bit, so it was drafted for what reflected at the Rocky Airport and with our staffing levels.
Mr. Wadden.
Section 15.1, winter shift schedule, winter hours of operation. Says shall be between 7 o'clock and 1600, 5 days a week, exclusive of statutory holidays. Overtime and after hour available as needed. I'm just from stakeholders, just like clarification on this with regards, does this mean there is going to be no snow removal at the airport during the evening or on weekends?
Just for clarification, Mr. Wadden, I believe we do have a minimum or maximum amount of snow, and if it exceeds that, then we come in.
Okay,
So
so,
2 to 3 inches or 5 to 7 centimeters. So if we get a heavy snowfall on the weekend and it exceeds that amount,
yeah,
staff would come in.
oh, okay, all right, because there were concerns from hangar owners, aircraft operators that, who typically fly on weekends and stuff like that. As if there was a big snow dump on Friday night or Saturday morning and they wanted to go fly on Saturday afternoon or Sunday, if they would be prohibited due to runway conditions, but that clarifies that there. So snow removal is going to continue as it has in the past. Okay.
Councillor Hoven.
I'm just looking at 8.6. Accumulations greater than the standard will be removed after the storm during published working hours. Isn't that the opposite of what was just stated? Because we want accumulations greater than the standard to be removed immediately, not during published working hours.
Administration.
No,
want a
good
moment?
point. But I mean, that wasn't the intent. Mr. McFadden, it's been a while since you wrote it, so.
Yes, and
Yeah.
I might be the only one that's here that doesn't actually have a copy of it.
Yes, because I was going to raise medevac concerns right there to the community.
Sorry, can you direct me back to the?
On item 8.6, accumulations greater than the standard, which is an 8.5, will be removed after the storm during published working hours. And I think that I would like to see it read that accumulations greater than the standard will be removed after the storm, even outside of published working hours. Maybe there's a better way to wordsmith that.
Or is it once accumulations get to 2 or 3 inches, snow removal will take place? And then if there's another 2 or 3 inches, it will take place.
Yeah.
And if the storm dumps 16 inches, it will be being removed every 2 to 3 inches, is what we're trying to say there?
Well, actually, typically, what I was trying to say there is that there's not a lot of point in moving snow until the storm quits. And your comment that that's how it was done in the past that's how Ken and I did it. I've been helping out there since 2016, and that's what our thing was wait until the snow stops and then get out there.
Okay, my only concern there, that's not going to affect our typical general aviation, private aviation. If the snowstorm is, or VFR operations, that won't really truly affect tanker operations, obviously, due to the time of year. My only concern is our comment is that that could affect daytime or nighttime medevac operations. For example, fixed wing patient transfers or whatever on the runway, or stars landing on the ramp in certain conditions where it's light, fluffy, champagne powder snow and creating whiteout or visibility issues on the ramp. So might be something that you want to maybe just look at or consider, or
one of the considerations in that is that we are always notified, usually typically 3 hours in advance before a fixed wing medevac comes in. And so if snow did need to be removed either from the ramp or from the runway, that you can push snow off that runway in 3 hours, concerted effort, or off the apron. And I've spoken to the chief pilots of all of our fixed wing medevac companies, the 2 companies, and with STARS. And since they built the helipad at the hospital, I think in the last year we've had 1 medevac flight in there, fixed wing, because we're within range of the turnaround range of STARS.
yeah, depending on their fuel load and where they're going, but we also have to consider diversions, right? So stars could be dispatched to one scene and then a priority call comes in where they have to be dispatched to a second scene, have to recalculate their fuel load or something like that and have to top up, because they do it at our hangar facilities in Nordegg. we get called on short notice there to, hey, can you provide fuel? We've got, and a good example was the Columbia Icefields bus rollover, where we were refueling Stars aircraft on short notice because they were diverted and couldn't make the transition for the flight that they were doing. Just something to consider. Could be a one of, but if it was one of my family members there, I'd certainly want the option and the safety level there, but something to think about.
So, Madam Chair, so I mean, in an emergent situation, I think we would respond. I mean, we would respond for a medevac or Stars or whatever. So I think the policy can, I mean, just by striking during published working hours, under the end of the sentence of 8.6, I think meets the intent of Councillor Hoven's or concern.
And the actual intent of that 8.6 was to actually establish that accumulations less than that could be removed, depending on the need. That's actually what that sentence was intended to express, that over that amount they are mandatorily moved, but less than that, they might also be moved.
Well, then maybe it should be reworded, accumulations less than this standard will be removed after the storm during published working hours, instead of greater than this standard.
Well, that was defined, that was to set the basic. The other was, the remainder of that sentence was to create the option that if there's 2 inches of snow out there, the storm is past and the forecast for the next 4 or 5 days is good weather, then get out there and move the snow anyway, even though it hasn't reached the 3 inches or whatever.
Correct. In 8.5,
that's the point of that.
Yeah, correct. In 8.5, you're discussing the standard of 2 to 3 inches, and it's just the wording where it says accumulations greater than this standard will be removed after the storm. So just like Tim, I'm interpreting that, okay, well, if we have a big storm, we're not gonna, if we got 8 inches of snow on the runway and drifting, we're not gonna do anything during published working hours.
That's what I would take out of that, during published working hours. Does that satisfy the concern?
Okay, so if you have 6 inches of snow on a Friday night, then it's not gonna be removed until Monday morning.
Oh, if you take during published working hours out, I think what it says is if you've got 3 inches of snow, that's when you come out. So if it's 6 inches, it's not gonna lay there over the weekend. If it's 2 inches, it might, because aircraft can land quite handily with 2 inches of snow.
Yeah, I agree with that, but it's, like I said, if we're looking at the wording, it says you're giving the standard an 8.5 above, and you're saying accumulations greater than this standard. If you say accumulations less than this standard will be removed after the storm. So if you, like you're saying, if you only have a 1 or 2 inch snowstorm, not a problem, man. Everybody can land on there. We can work with that. And there's no need for the town or the county to pay overtime to anybody. You can come in on Monday and clean it off because it's still, the runway is still good. So the only thing I would change there is change greater to less. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Does it?
It does to me
It
as
just,
well.
if you change one word, you don't have to change the rest of the sentence. Right?
But we were trying to set a defined standard for moving snow.
Which you have in section 8.5, which is 2 to 3 inches on runways, taxiways, and aprons, and 20 centimeters outside of the runway edges.
But what you've changed it to is that accumulations less than this standard will be removed after the storm. So
during working hours. So we're going to leave.
Yeah.
Anything less than this, we're going to leave until we back to normal working hours.
Yeah.
So does that take us back to them removing a half inch of snow or an inch of snow? Or
no, that's your choice, and you can do that whenever you want during working hours. All we're saying is that accumulations less than the standard will be removed after the storm during published working hours at your discretion.
Okay.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, I totally agree. With
Mr. Shanks, you need to put on your, thank you.
with the snow removal out there, whether it's a half inch or it's 3 inches, depends on what the weather looks like it's gonna do. If we're gonna get some warm weather and it's gonna start to melt, we want to get it off sooner than later. So it is written here, but the practice that has been in the past is not gonna change to what it is we're going to in the future. It's just, it's a written document now.
Yeah.
So I agree with the way you were wanting it worded.
Yeah, because that's what I mean. It sounded like, okay, we'll move 2-3 inches of snow, but big storm, we're not gonna do anything until the storm's all over.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Perfect, thank you very much, gentlemen.
Counselor Hoven?
Does it make sense also to say 7 centimeters instead of 5 to 7 centimeters? Just so there's one number instead of a range? Because if it's 5 centimeters, some people might be saying, go clean it. What's the standard? Is it 5, 6, 7? I think just having one number makes more sense.
Or up to 7 centimeters.
Yeah.
Maybe we could get some clarification on that. Should we just pick a number is what I'm hearing.
Instead of having a range.
7 it is? Does that work? All right, 7 it is. Counselor Round, I see.
I just wanted to acknowledge that point as 8.5B does have a single number. So we might as well be consistent from.
Good point. On 8.2, it says all aircraft movement areas shall be inspected once daily, Monday to Friday, typically around 800 hours. What happens on Saturday and Sunday? We don't worry about it? I'm not a pilot, but shouldn't we be concerned that we're not checking this? Or perhaps that could be a question for our supervisor. I'm not entirely sure why we wouldn't check it on a Saturday, Sunday.
Madam Chair, that comes from Transport Canada's publication 312, and it's a recommendation for uncertified airports that they be checked 5 days a week, typically at 0800 hours. So I basically just copied that out of TP 312.
Okay.
That's where that comes from.
Okay. Thank you. I just was curious. Counselor Hoven? All right. So it indicated in here, and I'm trying to remember where I found it, that if our airport manager is not available, other people will be, there it is, 8.4, that it would either be, and operations limitations, maybe that's where it was. I'm trying to remember somewhere else. It indicated it as well, that other folks would be removing the snow. I assume that you have to have some additional training so you don't plow off extra lights or things. I'm making that assumption. Could I get some clarification on that?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So we actually do have 2 casual staff that are trained to remove snow in case of the absence of Mr. McFadden.
All right. 10.6, if all windrows cannot be removed from the runway and taxiway A prior to the end of shift, the equipment operator or aerodrome supervisor will issue a NOTAM advertising of their presence. So do we leave an incomplete job? Just go home? I assume that's not the normal.
Mr. McFadden?
That's, yeah, 10.6.
That comes from past practice. And it's not actually uncommon. You file a NOTAM stating that the center 80 feet of the runway, for example, is cleared of snow. And occasionally it's just If you run into kind of equipment problems or snow problems, once you get the snow to the outside, you've got to basically use the blower to get it over the snow. And if you run into any kind of problem that eliminates your ability to get that snow over the lights, because lights are expensive, then you're better off to file a NOTAM, let people know there's a windrow in place and that the center 80 feet of that runway is clear. Remember, it's 100 feet wide. So that's what that is in place for. It's just to, in case something happens, you can't get all that snow off that runway, file a NOTAM.
Okay, I just kind of was curious because I thought we could be putting some limitations, but you're putting a NOTAM in place, so, okay.
Yeah, there can't be any hazards of certain heights so far away from runways, taxiways, helipads, all that stuff. So the NOTAM is just saying, look, it's not smooth, clean, flat surface area there. There could be a hazard if you go off there that surface.
Nothing with big wings in that moment. All right, thank you. Other questions or comments? If not, if we're happy with this document, recognizing it's my understanding that the intent I'm hearing is not to change the current process. We're just trying to put it in writing.
That's correct.
Okay. Looking for a motion, you'll see on page 86 where the recommended motion is. Councillor Brown.
Yes, Madam Chair, make the motion that be it resolved that the Airport Commission recommend to Town Council the winter maintenance policy 007/2021 for the Rocky Mountain House Airport be accepted as amended.
All right, Mr. Kraus, just ongoing, or did you have a comment?
If I could ask Councilor Brown just to specify the amendment so it's always clear in the future that 8.5A be read just 7 centimeters and 8.6, the word greater be changed to less.
I agree.
All right, any other questions? Seeing none, those in favor? That is carried 6-0. That then takes us to 8.4, Airport Agreement for Review on Procedures and Responsibilities.
Madam Chair, I'm gonna slip out for 30 seconds.
Pardon me? Do we need another 5-minute break? Why don't we do that?
All right. Thanks, folks. We're back. We're on 8.4, the airport agreement. Perhaps we could have somebody lead off. Mr. Kraus, what is this pertaining to?
Madam Chair, you added it to the agenda, so
Oh.
I'm not too sure what the discussion is
I
supposed to be.
apologize. I think with regard to this, I was looking at the agreement and trying to ensure that, you know, as we develop policies, rules, regulations, that it comes back to the airport and this to the commission as per point number 3. And I know that we did have some legal opinion on that, and from both the town and the county. And just wanting to follow up on that, you know, as we are having these discussions, that it is all things coming back to this commission. And that
Madam
was-
Chair, I can confirm that. I mean, that's one thing the airport is really lacking is policies and procedures. I think we were seeing that, and I think even in this agenda, you're seeing now there's a winter maintenance policy. So it's the intent of administration to start developing policies as the need arises and bring them back to the commission for consideration.
All right, so that then allows us to follow point number 3 of the current agreement, and that's all I was really looking for, recognizing that in the Municipal Government Act in 2.3, whatever parentheses or whatever it is, number 1, that this airport commission has been delegated that authority. And so I very much appreciate this discussion, so. And Mr. Wadden?
I just have one question. Point 16, page 103. The town shall maintain adequate liability insurance necessary to cover and protect the commission, the town, the county, their employees and agents from any and all claims. With regards to the insurance, is that I don't understand how the counties or the towns insure themselves. But I know if it's aviation related, there's been spikes in aviation insurance up to 50 to 100% for carriers and operators due to the 737 MAX issues and other large aircraft incidents. They went from 5 underwriters down to 2 that will carry aviation insurance, that kind of stuff. So I don't know if your insurance has gone up for your liability or anything like that, but that could be a possible increase in your operating costs because it certainly has affected all fixed wing and rotary operators due to insurance. Just a heads up.
Okay, Mr. Kraus?
Madam Chair, I mean, so the town buys in all of its insurance through AUMA or AMCS. It's a bulk thing for the whole municipality, which includes the airport. I would have to actually check with our finance staff to see if the airport insurance was affected this year or not.
I guess a question for Mr. Emmons or Mr. Hagan. How about from the county perspective, do we carry extra liability insurance for our share of the airport?
So, Madam Chair, to the best of my knowledge, we do not, because the agreement puts that on managing partners, that falls on the town. In this agreement, maybe I wouldn't mind if I've answered that adequately, going back to a comment from Councillor Auld, just to hopefully create some comfort. We did have a legal opinion on this agreement, and the fact that it's called a commission doesn't make it an illegal agreement. This councils can choose to name it whatever they wish. It's just not a sanctioned commission. So it's not illegal to call it a commission, it's just not a sanctioned commission. So it's really functioning like a committee, even though the name is a commission, doesn't void the agreement.
Right, I wasn't saying anything was voided. I don't think I said anything was illegal. Just that it wasn't a commission, it's a committee.
All right, and I think the clarification there from Mr. Emmons is that
It's
it
not
is
illegal
called,
to call it a commission.
exactly, it is called a
I wasn't
commission.
referring that you were stating, it's just not sanctioned. So, because honestly, I was curious, because the name commission gives me a different connotation. 100%.
Okay. Counselor Brown?
Just a question, Madam Chair. The cover page has item airport agreement for review on procedures and responsibilities. And the question is this an interim motion or proposal, given that the airport agreement in its entirety will be negotiated at the negotiating committee?
No, there is no proposal or anything. There just seemed to be some discrepancy in understanding what item number 3 on our agreement meant. And I know we've had 2 legal opinions on that, and just clarifying that point, that's why it was there. There appears to be some misunderstanding, so I was just clarifying. That's why I wanted it there.
Thank you.
And it has been recognized no less than 3 motions coming out of this commission, one by yourself, Councillor Brown, even, that indicated that this is an important agreement for us to review, and it will come forward through the process. I'm quite confident.
At the negotiating.
That's my understanding. At some point, it'll come through. Currently, it is the one we have to work with, so we'll press on.
And that's my question.
Okay.
Yep.
So that is just a bit of a discussion point. That takes us to 8.5, Airport Operator Certificate.
Madam Chair, we can just have a resolution to accept that as information, just so we, for the minutes.
Thank you for the clarification.
Madam Chair, I'll make that motion.
Okay, we have a motion to accept that report as information. Those in favor? That is carried 6-0. 8.5, Airport Operator Certificate. So I believe that was brought to our attention by Mr. Wadden.
Yeah, we're page 208 of the document attachment. Has a copy of the Transport Canada Civil Aeronautics Aerodrome Certificate. What year was the Rocky Airport transferred over to the town and the county?
Madam Chair, I believe the actual year was 1996.
Okay. And this is the only certificate you have on file?
Yeah, and that, Madam Chair, yeah, actually you do. So that was a kind of a learning lesson for us over the last week, because going back with Transport Canada and NavCan, they don't actually issue a certificate anymore, apparently. And I think we're still waiting for documentation from NavCan to see what they have on file, but they don't issue certificates. So at Transport Canada, I think, sent the email out to everyone. Transport Canada basically says they just go off what the supplement or the flight supplement was, but we're trying to clarify it.
Yeah, so just to clarify again, so like I said, Nav Canada is a nonprofit corporation, and Transport Canada, the Minister of Transport, the aeronautics out in the cars are the Trump factor, right? They're the law.
Yeah.
So back in 1996, actually, there was somewhere between 7 and 30 days when the airport was handed over from Alberta Transportation to the town, Clearwater County, that the named holder should have been Town of Rocky Mountain House, Clearwater County. So I would recommend that the file that the airport is under now, is CYRM, that the file that's with Nav Canada reflect that the holder of the certificate or the file number for the airport states Town of Rocky Mountain House in Clearwater County, as you both are 50% owners in the airport.
Yeah, and that's the intention. I mean, once we get that document to verify that, in our conversation with NavCan in this flight supplement, they do abbreviate. So county's probably on there right now, but we'll verify that. At the end of the day, the land is co-owned by the town and county, like on title. And the agreement with Alberta Transportation is to the town and county for ownership and responsibility of operating. So
yeah, like you said, you want it to reflect in both your names, in that way Transport Canada can't point a finger out one of you. All there.
All right, so Mr. Wadden, is that a motion then to have
Rocky Mountain House and Clearwater County as co-owners put on,
Yes, I will make that motion that all documentation held by Transport Canada and NAV Canada show that the certificate or file holder is the town of Rocky Mountain House and Clearwater County.
and you said Transport Canada and NAV Canada?
And NAV Canada, yeah.
All right, any other questions or comments to that motion? Seeing none, those in favor? That is carried 6-0. Is there any other comments on 8.5? If not, we're moving to 8.6.
We're gonna burn this up here. So airport taxes, just with some of the previous items discussed, we've answered some of this here. We had stakeholders that were concerned if there wasn't gonna be regular snow removal or if there's gonna be a reduction in services or policy changes with regards. They were looking for a reduction in taxes if the same services weren't being provided. So it looks like nothing has changed unless the town and the county are gonna reduce taxes overall. My shareholders would like to know.
Just for clarification, the town has nothing to do with the taxes at the airport.
Excellent. So I can just pound on the county for that?
That's right.
Okay. All right.
If I
County.
if I may, as far as county taxes, for the last 2 years in a row, we have zeroed the taxes. And we, as far as our budget for 2021, have looked at that as being our mile marker. That is yet to be determined for 2021. That'll come in the coming meetings in the next coming months as we determine our tax rate. But at this point, there seems to be no desire to increase taxes at this point from our county council. I think I'm pretty safe in saying that. If not, come next Tuesday, they'll straighten me out.
Okay, that will make the people that yell and bark at me happy, so I can tell them
All
that.
right,
Thanks.
so can we have a motion to accept this as information?
Yeah, I motion that this just be noted as information.
Those in favor? That is carried 6-0. That then takes us to set 8.7. That's the airport hangar lease properties. I believe that was also Mr. Wadden.
Yeah, we've been approached, or I've been approached by some stakeholders inquiring about purchasing the land that their hangar is on. So just wondering if I get some background information on who actually owns the land, what the logistics would be in something like that, and if that's a possibility, or because there are airports around the country, or specifically Alberta, where there's 3 actual options. Some are just lease, some where you can own the land, and some have properties where the land is leased or owned. There is that option for both of them. And this just comes up because there are some that might be there just for a short commitment. Some are there for a long commitment and just would like to invest in their dirt, their property. So what are the committee's thoughts or the council thoughts on those?
Mr. Kraus?
Well, sorry, still on, but I can comment. So the land is co-owned by the town and the county for all leases. And you're right, the different airports do it differently. When I was in High Level, the land was leased. When I was in Westlock, the land was sold. For a municipality perspective, if it's leased, it's a revenue generation per year for the airport. So the lease payments reduces the operating costs onto the tax base. It's basically so. Where if it was sold, that lease would no longer be revenue; it'd be just sold, and the revenue for the airport would actually reduce per year. So
You would have the revenue from the sold property though, right? Like the property that is sold.
yeah,
would
the
have
councils would have to decide what, if that value or dollar would be put in reserves. But typically reserves are used for more of a capital nature versus operating nature.
This is the first I've had an opportunity to actually talk about, lease versus ownership, and I can see value to both. If I lived in the community and I were making a long-term investment, I would probably want to own it. If I were having a short-term considerations, maybe lease is the way to go. And I recognize there's probably loan management considerations, all of that. I don't believe this has ever come to the committee before, in fact, at least not in my time frame. It'd be interesting to get an administrative perspective on what other airports are doing and why they've made those choices. Perhaps there's an opportunity to find out and look beyond our own borders to see why they did what they did and better understand it. I feel a little bit like I don't have enough information to have a fulsome conversation about this. That is my perspective. Perhaps there's other perspectives in the room or out there. Rick, we haven't forgot you there. There's a lot of contemplation. Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, Chairperson Laird. I guess my initial thought is it could be unfair to our partners, the town. If it was owned property, the assessed value would go up, the taxes would go up, but it does take away from that annual operating offset. So I guess I would suggest, do the people that were coming forward to Mr. Wadden, approaching him that way, number one, recognize their assessed value would go up because they now own the land, they don't lease it, so it's a higher value. And number two, to explore that avenue, I would expect different conversations between the town and the county, because it would unfairly tip the scales.
Well, that's good clarification. Mr. Auld?
Yeah, just backing on what
Councillor Auld?
Mr. Emmons said, because we do rely on the leases to decrease the loss out of the airport, where the county receives all the tax dollars from there. So it would definitely, we'd have a one-time shot of revenue moving forward. Once that's done, we'd be right out to lunch. But I'd be interested in seeing some more information on it. But I can see from the town side of view, it would be not a great decision.
So do we want more information, or would you, Mr. Wadden, like to go back and let your leaseholders and your stakeholders know kind of the discussion, and then perhaps bring it back to the next meeting?
Yeah, let me query everyone, because I've just been approached by a few. So let me query everyone and see what the general consensus is, and I'll explain to them what we've heard, what you've just mentioned here, and we'll see if they want to see increases or decreases and whatever, or service levels or taxes or mill rates or whatever. So
We might be a little preliminary at the moment, so do you want to accept that as a motion to accept as information?
yeah, you betcha. We'll motion that. Just leaseholders, hangar owners were inquiring about possible purchase of their hangar properties.
So
As a motion.
we will stand by. So the motion is to accept as information. Those in favor? That is carried 6-0. That then takes us to 8.8, lease agreement.
Yeah, lease agreements, again, just from the shareholders and the stakeholders have had some comments back with regards to length of time taking to finalize lease agreements and stuff like that. Does the lease agreements are all taken, are all up, are all processed by the town of Rocky, correct? Okay, so does the town of Rocky have a guideline or a standard? Is it how many business days that they will process a lease, or can somebody explain to me how that's done or how the process is? Or
Well, I think that's probably a procedure that we're kind of working on, because the committee is looking for it to come back to the committee for approval, where we're trying to process it internally, so I think that's something we have to work out here. I mean, if it can be done internally, it can be turned around within a week. If it has to go to the committee, we have to wait for the next committee meeting. Now, in saying that, we do have an anomaly out there, and that's a fuel lease. Because we have a standard lease agreement, which requires the person to have a hangar or build a hangar. So that lease has gone back and forth, which has taken way too long because it's going back and forth between legal. But I think that's what the final lease, I think, is in the hands of the leaseholder right now for his review.
Okay, so should there be something happening then with regards to lease process? Do we want all leases to go through the committee? Do we want all leases to be reviewed by the town and the county, or is the town, like, do the leases get discussed if there's a price change, or do the leases get discussed if there's just a calendar update? Like, or should we look at 30-year leases with 10-year renewals, or like what are your thoughts on
Well,
the leases here?
perhaps I can speak to that a little bit, and then Mr. Kraus might have an idea as well and his staff. Historically, up until really recently, all the leases came through the commission or committee or whatever we're calling ourselves. So the commission is what we're called. And I went back and looked, and as I said, it's been, we're averaging 2 or 3 or sometimes as much as one of the committee meetings. We had 9 leases come through here. And I don't mean we talked about how much, the whole lease came through. So it was looked at and viewed and discussed, and a motion was made to recommend to approve that lease. And that process had happened here. And so I put a little table together so I could easily look at that. And it's only until recently that we haven't had the whole lease. And I recognize there's some change happening in staffing, and you got to get your feet back underneath you when you have changes. And maybe there's a more efficient way of doing things. So perhaps this is an opportunity to have a talk about the process and a guideline come back in, or a procedure that we could approve for how we process leases. And I think that that's an important step moving forward, so that then staff aren't left to try to figure it out as they go. And it might reduce how much workload happens in this commission as well at our meetings. Just kind of a thought process I had when I was thinking about the leases and how they've been done. Mr. Kraus, I see your light is on.
Oh, it's a standby. But I will comment, Madam Chair. So back in August of 2019, this is our interpretation, that it was the committee actually approved a new agreement template. And since that time, we've been dealing with the leases, as long as there wasn't a change in fee or whatever internally, because the committee established the fee, they established a template. So for example, today we brought Ag and Forestry, I want to call them SRD, but they're not, Ag and Forestry, because there was a significant change to the dollar value. Administratively, I think for the stakeholders, if we have a template and a set fee by the committee, then when we get a renewal, it can be just done internally to save that time. It would be our preferred method.
Well, perhaps as part of that, we could have a procedure that we can approve from this commission that would say exactly that. That way it's not left up to interpretation, and it doesn't leave administrative staff trying to best guess what our thought process is. That way we can approve it and we all move on. I think that might be a valuable process, as having a procedure. Councillor Auld?
I'm just curious, didn't Dean just say that it was already, the template was done and approved by the commission?
The template and the fee structure are in place and they're approved. The process is not. So just to clean it up, if we know that that's the process, just bring us back a procedure document on process for leases, and then it's done, I would think.
Madam
Counselor-
Chair, are you suggesting that it comes back to the committee for final sign-off?
The procedure, yes. The procedure for the process. That way, there's no interpretation, it's just accepted, approved and accepted, and staff can move on. We're building procedures as we go. We recognize that we've had limited procedures and coming through, so we're creating it. It stops the guesswork.
Other than the forestry or the fuel business at the airport, are all the lease templates the same for all the hangar owners? Whether it's storage, airplane, private, business, whatever?
Mr. Kraus?
I think all of our leases are with hangar owners, besides SRD and the fuel. I would have to verify that, but I'm pretty sure.
And
But
this is
administration can definitely draft a policy or procedure on lease approvals.
So I would make a motion that we have administration draft a procedure for the process for leases. Any other thoughts or comments? Councillor Brown,
Just get a read back on that, please. I just, I'm chewing on that still.
appreciate that.
Madam Chair, the motion reads, be it resolved that the Airport Committee instruct administration to draft a procedure that would outline the lease agreement process and bring it back to the committee for review.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marina.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, those in favor? There, that is carried 6-0. That takes us to 8.9, airport fees.
Airport fees, as discussed previous, the aviation industry is really affected by COVID cutbacks, all that stuff and everything. We've seen a huge increase April 1st on jet fuel costs as well, with 16 cent increase per liter on carbon tax. And we're looking at the possibilities of keeping the fuel sales competitive at the airport and either reducing or eliminating the fuel flow fees at the airport, because a lot of surrounding airports, other areas don't have the fuel flow fees, and I think we should look at that option.
Any comments, questions, thoughts on fuel flow fees? Mine is, first of all, what is the, like, I know what it is. What is the current fee for fuel flow fees?
Right now, it's 5 cents a liter for all fuel that's brought on to the airport.
Okay, and is that in that fee structure? Do we remember what page?
I'm not even trying to find it.
That's why I'm asking what page. Might be helpful. It's a large agenda. Oh, there it is.
57.
Yes, page 57. So it's aviation fuel dispensing and storage fee?
Correct. Yes.
Okay,
Now, this fee is supposed to apply to all fuels that are brought on the airport. I'm asking the question.
Madam Chair, yes, it's supposed to, but it's an administrative nightmare.
Yeah, for sure.
I would think it would be very difficult to track somebody bringing in a 45-gallon drum in the back of their truck. To that effect, Councillor Auld?
Well, that's fine. Carry on. I'll go in and you're done.
That's all I was
Okay.
just,
every business has been affected by the carbon tax. Every shipment I get has got fuel surcharges. Everything has got fuel surcharges on it, and I have to absorb that. As a town, we get, correct me, does that go to the town or that goes to, that's a revenue split between the town and the county?
Yeah, so the way it works is the revenue comes into the town, but as part of the airport budget. So that revenue decreases the operating deficit, and that operating deficit is split 50-50 with town and county.
Okay, so exactly at that point, that just takes that burden away from buying the fuel and place it on the taxpayer, because it's still going to get, it's just going to be less of the deficit that we get paid back. So
Yeah, because all that's happening with those fees is they're just getting passed on to the customers, right?
100%.
So if we have fuel price concerns at the airport, then we're our own worst enemy, right? So if we're charging it and other airports aren't, if it's not being levied completely across the board, if it is a nightmare, so to speak, then maybe we should look at eliminating it or creating a policy to enforce it completely, or somehow. But like we said, how are we going to regulate slipped tanks, jerry cans? How are we going to regulate drum fuel, all that stuff, right? Because I mean, we start getting into fire codes and hazards there and all sorts of stuff, right?
So we don't charge for the 45-gallon drums that are coming through. We're just charging for the fuel that's being dispensed from the fuel provider.
Well, yeah, but then, so what happens if with an operator, somebody brings their own fuel onto the airport? Okay, so they're not using our facility, they're not using the Rocky facility, they're not using the Rocky fuel, they're bringing in their own fuel and they don't have to pay any fuel flow on it.
Yeah.
So why doesn't everybody bring in their own fuel?
So for clarification, when someone brings fuel on, they're supposed to pay the 5 cents per liter. But it's really on the honor system right now. So it's a system that needs to be reviewed.
I'd definitely in favor of having a policy in place for that, where every piece of fuel comes on does get tracked 100%.
Okay, so the only thing we have to look at there is just like if we're gonna pay somebody to lick stamps and fill envelopes to collect 2 cents, is it worth the cause? So that's my only caution, that if, for example, if you have to hire a 24-hour watchman, or you have to have somebody go around and check fuel and all that stuff, everything, just be cautious how you develop your system, right? Because you could be spending more to enforce something that you're not getting your dollar value out of, right?
Well, we have already heard from administration. It's already an administrative nightmare. And I think I'm looking at the folks over on this side of the table who have to try to track down all of this activity, and it cannot be an easy task. I'm hearing it's not an easy task. I'm hearing Councillor Auld and agree with you. I think that we need a policy or procedure for how we track this. Perhaps, Mr. Wadden, there's an opportunity for you to reach out to your stakeholders and ask them how they would suggest we track it. Because if we're on the honor system and people are not following the honor system, let's build a procedure that isn't onerous for staff. Perhaps there's an opportunity to get a little bit more information, and you're a guy. Am I off on a tangent, or is that something that would be helpful for the rest of this commission and our members?
So currently for us, we submit our invoices for fuel that come onto our site to the town to pay the fuel tax. That's the way ours is done. So, and although with the provider at times causes us some angst, we do end up paying that on every liter of fuel.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. That helps me understand at least a bit of an idea of a process that might work, because if you simply submit your invoice, then you know what you're getting, and it's still going to end up being somewhat of an honor system by the sounds of it, but perhaps that's an opportunity to better regulate this. And we recognize that those fees are going to offset the costs of the airport that we all enjoy and want to keep functional and sustainable. Councillor Auld.
Mr. Moore, I just have a question for you. Do you guys bring in your own fuel? You don't utilize the fuel that's out there?
That is correct. We have a provincial contract with the fuel provider. And so when that fuel provider brings the fuel onto the air tanker base, we submit a copy of that to the town to pay the fuel levy.
Thank you.
So right now at present, the only ones that are actually paying the fuel flow fee is agriculture and forestry, K2 Fuels, and Alstrom Air that I'm aware of. So every time that Alstrom Air takes a fuel upload at their tank, that the shipping, uploading sheet is used to pay the fuel tax to the town. So I don't know how, like I said, I don't know how you're gonna regulate jerry cans, drums, all the rest of that stuff, right?
Perhaps we need a little bit more information from the user group and from administration as we work through this process of building some kind of a procedure. How would you like to move this forward? As I sort of see it as a motion to direct administration to create this fuel procedure, and we also needed additional information to come back to be part of that.
Yeah, if you have a 5-cent fuel levy in place, then, and some people are paying it and some people aren't, then it should be either everybody's paying it or nobody's paying it, right?
Well, we need to have equity and fairness, so I appreciate that.
However, is the intent to capture the people bringing on the small bits of fuel? I'm not sure that's worth our efforts.
Well, the point is there though, Rick, is that there are costs involved and there's a surcharge for example, the fuel sales on the ramp. So if he's not selling the fuel, if that business is not selling the fuel that they have that 5 cents a liter charge for, and you can bring your own fuel on there, then what's the point of having fuel at the airport, right? Is kind of the gist of the idea here, right? So if the airport has a policy that says every liter that comes on the airport, whether it's 20 liters or 20,000 liters, pays the 5 cent fuel levy, then everybody should pay the 5 cent fuel levy, right?
All right, my understanding is you're just looking for a procedure and policy that would create equity and fairness.
That sounds perfect.
I don't know if that's the motion. Perhaps I could get some assistance with how to best word this particular motion.
Certainly, Chairperson. So far what I have captured is, be it resolved that the Airport Committee instruct administration to draft a procedure that would track aviation fuel flow and cost and bring it back to the committee for review.
Can we add with the intent to create equity and fairness? Thank you. Who would like to make that motion? I feel like I've been busy.
I can't repeat it, but I'll make that motion.
Does everybody understand that motion? Seeing no questions or comments, those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, 6-0, that's carried. That then takes us to 9.1, the airport supervisor's report. Mr. McFadden, would you like to walk us through your report?
Actually, Madam Chair, everyone's
sorry.
read it, so I think in the sake of time, if the committee has any questions on the activities, we would answer them. And
Okay, that's a quicker way for sure, thank you. I just didn't want to leave our airport supervisor out of the loop here. Councillor Brown.
I would like to, if there's no further discussion or questions, make the motion that the airport supervisor's report be accepted as presented.
If somebody could just tell me what page in the attachment that's on?
211.
I did have one question. It, in here, it says institute an airside vehicle operations permit consistent with aviation regulation. Will that be coming to this commission for review and approval?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes.
All right. In short, we'll see lots of these coming to the commission in future. Okay, thank you. We have a motion from Councillor Brown to accept as presented. Those in favor? Seeing none opposed, it is carried. We have no correspondence, as near as I can figure out, and no for action, and no correspondence for information. We have no closed sessions. I do note that we're missing when we're going to have our next meeting. I recognize that we have given administration a number of tasks. There is much to be decided. What kind of time frame would administration require to try to pull some of this together before we meet again?
Madam Chair, probably a month.
Okay. So maybe it's advisable, given how fast our calendars fill, to have a quick look and see when we could meet again. That would put it, we're in April. That would put it into May. Today is Thursday. Does Thursdays work best for administration and the council members or committee members?
No issues here.
Would May 13th be rolling around too quickly, or does that sound appropriate for everybody?
Madam Chair, actually, administration and quite a bit of us are in ICAS training that week.
Okay. Is there a different date or time? Would the following week work better?
For administration, it would.
So that would make it the 27th of May?
The 27th or the 20th?
Oh, sorry.
27th.
Yeah, likewise.
All right. 27th works better.
I have an appointment in the morning right here at 7:30. So if it starts at 9, I wouldn't be able to be here till 9:30 or 10.
Would an afternoon meeting work?
I have a meeting Thursday afternoon.
Oh, goodness. Here we go.
Go back to the 20th.
Back to the 20th. But that didn't work for Councillor Alden, Councillor Brown. Oh, Mr. Emmons.
May I make a light suggestion about one more week? Much I appreciate Dean's enthusiasm. I think he gave himself very, very tight time.
So put it into June. June the 3rd.
I'm good with that as well.
All right. Mr. Moore, June the 3rd.
Works for me.
All right. I think we've got a tentative date. June the 3rd.
9 a.m.
9 a.m. All right. Hopefully we won't have quite as large of a agenda to go through. The only other thing I did note from reading all of these past meeting minutes, we don't have anything for a financial report, and perhaps that could be on the next agenda coming forward so that we always have that. I just noticed it wasn't there, so. And I recognize it's, we're getting this thing straightened out here. We're getting going. All right. Thank you very much to everybody who has taken their time out of their busy day, for staff, for putting everything together, and for our committee members for hanging in there, having the difficult conversations today. This is not being in, we're all trying to get the best possible service we can have in our community, and I appreciate the challenging conversations. With that, we're going to adjourn the meeting at 1:35.